to do with Bray Wyatt. And to be honest, I'm not really expecting anything to do with Bray tonight either. I think we sort of need to get ourselves into the mindset that Monday is not Bray and Fridays are Bray. I'm sure there'll be a little advert advertising SmackDown, and I'm sure they'll feature the Mask or Uncle Howdy, or there'll be something that'll be shown. But I don't think it's going to further the story, if you will. I'm not sure that we're getting any QR codes or anything along those lines. So I suppose in a way, for a long time, we've been doing White Rabbit, then we've been doing like the Bray stuff. Kind of feels like now we need to just focus on Raw for being Raw and look at the stories that they're telling and just enjoy the show for what it is. And I must admit, it feels like Raw is missing something at the moment. I don't know if that's a world champion. If they did have a world champion, you'd have to think that Brock Bobby would probably be that story. So, you know, if there was a champion, maybe it would be Bobby, maybe it would be Brock. So, I mean, they are still telling what could be deemed a world championship level story, but it still feels like something's missing. I mean, I can't quite put my finger onto what it is. I think it's just some of the stories are a little bit flat. Some of the stories they're telling, I don't know, it definitely feels like there's something missing. If you think about the excitement, the intrigue that Bray brings, we don't get anything like that on Raw. So yeah, it's definitely got something that's missing. So we'll have to see like how tonight goes. We've got Carl Anderson taking on Finn Balor. We got Bianca taking on Bayley. We should get more on the Miz and Dexter story. And we were just talking about intrigue and mystery. There is a bit of a mystery there because, of course, Miz has got a secret. We don't know what that secret is, but he's got a secret. Johnny said you need to come out and just be honest about it. That's the only way this is going to end. And so I suppose there's something there we can get our teeth into. Doesn't feel as good, though. And then, obviously, the Brock and Bobby story. As we said, if there was to be a world championship that was on Raw, you'd have to think that they would be part of that. So that's pretty big. I liked the start of Raw last week when they were brawling. That felt pretty good. So we'll see what they do this week. Nothing advertised for Brock and Bobby this week, but we'll get something, I'm sure. Don't know that Brock's there. It might just be Bobby on his own. Might just be a recap package or something. But either way, they'll do something. Because obviously Crown Jewel is not that far away. We are building to a pay-per-view. So we do need to be pushing stories forwards. And Crown Jewel's a pretty big show in all fairness, because Crown Jewel is one of those shows where they really bring out the big names. It's not like a B show. It's not like, you know, an Elimination Chamber or a Hell in a Cell or Extreme Rules or TLC, or they kind of treat it as a big deal. It's in Saudi, of course. They spend a lot of money on bringing WWE over, and we tend to get some fairly tasty matches at Crown Jewel. So we'll see a bit more development and a bit more build towards that. But I think I just can't help but think there's something missing with Raw right now. I think if you used to ask most people what show they're more excited for, I feel like most people would say they're more excited for SmackDown at the moment than they are for Raw. And I do think Bray and his return is a big part of that. But, of course, you know, we seem to get, like, the Bloodline and Roman more on SmackDown than we do Raw as well. Really like Gunther. He's obviously over on SmackDown. So really into him. And, yeah, it just feels like 2 hours is a nicer length as well than 3 hours of Raw. Certainly if there's not loads, you look down the card and go, oh, yeah, love that. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. So we'll see how it goes. But I always like to be honest if I'm like really excited for a show. I'm going into this one, I think, prepared for it to be fine, for it to be solid. But I don't know that it's going to be spectacular. I don't know that this is going to be a show that I'm going to be like buzzing about afterwards. But we'll have to wait and see. You know, Triple H has been doing some good stuff. So maybe you can pull a rabbit out of the hat and surprise us on the road to Crown Jewel. Harith said, Ali's getting a push. That's good. Raw's not that bad, says Harith. It's not that it's that bad. It's not that it's like horrific or anything. I mean, we're not saying that. But what we're saying is like, are we like super excited for the show? I feel like I get really excited for SmackDown because we're pushing the Bray story forwards. And the Bray story is just so captivating and interesting. And I just don't think there's anything on Raw that's matching that level. I just don't think there's anything that's even close to that level. And it feels like there is something missing for Raw. And I can't quite put my finger on it. I mean, it would be easy to say Bray and the intrigue that Bray brings. But yeah, I mean, like Anderson against Finn Balor is a match we're getting tonight. It's pretty cool. Bianca Bayley. I mean, in all fairness, I expect outside interference in that. But Bianca Bayley, Miz and Dexter's got a bit of a mystery. Like, I just feel like it's all right. It's just all right, but it's hard to like get the pulse racing, if you know what I mean. Phantom Kyra Hearts, Kyrie, got it. Hearts said SmackDown is the place to be with Bray. Raw, we get crumbs. Miss Clown said it's Raw. Me name Brim Weevil said I agree. I think what makes us have that feeling of the show being fine is Triple H bringing all the people makes the show seem good, but having no reports makes it a bit meh. Ali against Rollins at Crown Jewel. I do like them doing stuff with Ali. I do agree with that. I do like the fact they're pushing him. He is someone that I've said before. He did a promo where he was in the rain and he was outside in like an alleyway and the rain was coming down and he was talking right to the camera and it was really gritty and emotional and it was good. It was a really good promo. I remember watching it going, whoa, that hit a bit different. And I was really into him and really into that. And they just never gave him anything to work with. Putting him in a ring with Seth Rollins is absolutely giving him something to work with. I think Seth Rollins could really, really steal the show. I know that's understatement of the year. I know I'm not saying anything revolutionary there, but it is a good point that there are still some good things happening on Raw. And I think Ali getting a push is absolutely one of them. It's Triple H confronting Bayley about interferences, says Richard. Is Triple H confronting Bayley about interferences? I don't think so. I saw Bianca put a tweet out and she said, it's me against Bayley, or is it me against three of them? Like, I'm asking for a friend. That got a few people excited because I think when she said I'm asking for a friend, people presumed that she meant Sasha Banks and Naomi. I didn't read it that way personally. I think she was talking about herself. Sometimes people use, and I've done it as well, use the I'm asking for a friend when they're kind of actually referring about themselves. So I think she wanted to know, am I going to be facing Bayley on Raw on my own? Will it be a straight up honest one-on-one? Or am I going to have to deal with, a couple of other people as well? So that got people interested. And certainly if they're going to bring out Sasha and Naomi tonight, then that's going to be a big talking point, and that's going to be a big rabbit out of a hat. So I'd be definitely down for that. But I'm not sure that's the direction we're heading in. It Stack said, would you ever make a video about the top 10 best matches of the Vince era? I would. I can't say that it's crossed my mind to do it. So far, there's been so much going on with modern wrestling. It's not really felt like we've needed to do those kind of top 10 videos for a while. We did the top 10 videos really just before White Rabbit. And then White Rabbit absolutely dominated the channel, as you saw, because there was just so much to talk about. We were getting QR codes every Monday and Friday. And the thing was, not only did the QR codes drop, but then in the 24, 48 hours after, obviously everyone had different discoveries and theories and things about what had been shown. So it kind of meant that you did a video about what had happened. And then the couple of days afterwards, videos would drop about some of the theories. And then you was pretty much at the next QR code. So it was just constant with like White Rabbit stuff. And then, of course, since Bray's come back, it's sort of been the same. The only difference now is that we only tend to get stuff on a Friday. So once the moment has happened, the segment has happened on a Friday, you get the kind of do a video about this has happened, 48 hours of theories and everything. And now here we are on Monday, and it kind of feels like things go quiet now for the next few days in regards to that, which is why I was saying you sort of want something from Raw that's going to really spark conversation. You kind of really want something that's going to invigorate and excite the wrestling universe. And I'm not sure where that's going to come from, but as I said, we'll have to see tonight and see what the big talking point is. Last week, it felt to me like it was the return of Baron Corbin. That felt like it was a talking point. But I don't think there was really much to say other than he's back. He's with JBL. I did like the fact that he won clean, though. I thought that was very good. I like heels that win clean. And so, as we said, we'll have to see what the talking point is tonight. So, yeah, maybe we are going to get to the point where some of those top 10 videos can come back on like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday as we build our way up to the next Bray segment, because I think it's undeniable they're going to continue to be the main talking points as we kind of go forwards into 2023. Jaden said they're teasing Wyatt 6 bloodline. Solo said he sees Bray has some family members and that he has some too. Who is the guy that's stalking Bray, said Mark. Well, my theory on it, and I think it's shared by a few people as well, is that is Bray as well. And that Bray has a good side and a bad side. He's shown that he's got a good side and a bad side before. It showed itself as being Funhouse Bray and The Fiend. I think that he's come back with something a bit different this time. Obviously, we're not seeing much Funhouse or Fiend or anything like that. And he seems to have come back with Wyndham. And I think it's going to be revealed that he is the masked person as well that keeps interrupting him. I think really what we're seeing at the moment is we're slowly being introduced to more people. So we have seen during those segments that Bray isn't in. We have been seeing some very interesting imagery. And we've also been seeing like that guy that said howdy, for example. I don't think that's Bray. I think that is a different person. So it feels like we're being introduced to some more people within this universe. So it's all very interesting at the moment. We've done tons of videos on it, of course, across both channels. We actually did a live stream just last night where we did about an hour talking about Bray Wyatt and kind of going through different thoughts and theories and things along those lines. And I suppose to a degree, that's my point, is that the demand for information regarding Bray is so strong. It just feels like Raw doesn't have anything on that level, and it could. There's no reason why it couldn't. There's no reason why Bray is the only major focus, if you will. You know, we could do something on Raw. It doesn't have to be Bray. It could be someone else. It could be one of the women, and we could be doing something quite interesting. You know, people love mysteries and clues and things that you can read into, and you could easily set something else up for someone else on Raw. Obviously, you don't want to dilute it and make them seem like a Bray ripoff. Like, you don't want to do that. So you would have to do something a bit different, but they've got enough people on the books. They've got enough people working in creative. They've got enough heads around that I'm sure could conjure up something. So, yeah, as I said, we'll have to wait and see. Not much in the way of a preview tonight, so can't, like, sit here and talk for ages about what we're getting, because Anderson against Finn Balor and Bianca against Bayley is the only things I've seen announced. JP Ville said they really need to hurry up with the Wyatt reveal. I don't know. I'm sort of split on that, because I think, and I've said it before, I think when it comes to Bray, Bray's not known for his great in-ring work. He's not known for his great matches. And I sort of feel like what we're doing right now is playing to his strengths. And his strengths are his promos, his character work, his creativity. And I think what we're doing is we're really focusing on the story, and we're really watching this story unfold. And it's giving fans an opportunity to speculate as to where it's going, try and work out some of the clues. There was a QR code that when you scanned it, it showed you his psychological evaluation form, which was an interesting development. And so, it kind of hints that Bray has got psychological issues. And so maybe that adds more fuel to the idea that he's got a split personality. But of course, that sparks these kinds of conversations. And for me, this is Bray's strength. This is what Bray brings. This is what his fandom enjoy. And this is what makes him so valuable, is that no one else does this kind of stuff. As we've just said, I would love for something similar, obviously not identical, but similar, to be taking place on Raw, so that we had something else to talk about that we could get as enthused about. And so for me, we're playing to Bray's strengths. If you rush the reveal and rush the people that are with him and rush to get to the first match, I think you're just completely skipping what makes Bray Bray. I think you're just completely rushing what his value is. His value is all this stuff that you're seeing. I think you can go fairly quick with some other people that don't have this kind of, Bobby, for example. There's not much to Bobby Lashley, is there? He's a big guy, yeah? Likes to beat people up, smash people around. That's pretty much all he's bringing to the party. So with Bobby, do you know what I mean? What can you do? It's just you build towards matches. With Bray, it's complete different speed. It's completely different storytelling. It's all about characters and depth and, cryptic clues and all that kind of stuff. So I think we're just playing to his strengths at the moment, to be honest. Harif said, not all cash-ins are meant to be successful. Most are, but it doesn't mean they all have to be. That's true. Gato said, I want it to be slow and sweet. Cross said, I hope they don't rush the Bray stuff. Like you said, he's a much better storyteller, mystic builder than in-ring performer. Yeah, I do want to just stress that this isn't us saying he's horrific in-ring or anything like that. It's just, he knows what his strengths are. We know what his strengths are. We know what he's not shown as much. Like, he hasn't shown himself to be an in-ring performer, like an in-ring great, like, say, Bret Hart or Shawn Michaels. He doesn't seem to be a master of, which is so weird, he doesn't seem to be a master of storytelling during a match, which is really strange considering he's a great storyteller and has a great creative mind. But when the bell rings, his style seems to be quite brawling, and you can still tell great stories with that style. And I would point to Gunther and Sheamus, who are both brawlers and just throw big clubbing blows, and just look at their Clash at the Castle classic that they had, which everyone was raving about. And people are loving Brawling Brutes and Imperium. Whenever those two teams go up against each other, people are just absolutely loving it. That sort of style, which is the brawling style, that's where Bray operates. And it is possible to have great matches. I think that he was handcuffed a little bit by the Fiend character. I think that he was handcuffed a bit by Vince as well. And obviously massively handcuffed by some of the stupid results like losing to Goldberg. And the Hell in a Cell match where he just basically lay in the center of the ring and got smashed with different weapons for about 20 minutes. So I think some of the creative has really let him down. But this is the hope now, that now he's working with Triple H, that when we actually get to the match part, we might actually start seeing better in ring from him, because I think they'll present him better. Hopefully Triple H will know how to present him, and I'm guessing it'll be along the lines of Sheamus and Gunther, just have him like brawling and smashing into each other, and I'm looking forward to it. Could be good. Gwen said, Bray is great on the mic, good in ring, and okay at building caskets. Hawkins Jr. said, Ali is probably going to be a focus tonight since last Raw ended with him. Yeah, I don't mind that. I'm into the Ali story. Personally, I love the mystery side of wrestling, who attacked Enzo and the twists and turns that it takes. But my favorite is who pied Kevin Owens. Is Brock on tonight's show, said Alex. Nothing's announced with Brock. The only two announcements that I've seen are Carl Anderson against Finn Balor and Bianca Belair taking on Bayley. What we can do is just take a brief moment just to have a look at Fightful Select. They normally put on plans for the show that's coming up, so still nothing yet, unfortunately. Their last post is all about how Renee had spoken with WWE before signing with AEW. So that's the last bit of news that's on there. That dropped about 3 hours ago. But we'll keep an eye on Fightful because normally they do have early Raw plans and SmackDown plans. So we'll keep an eye on that. Is The Fiend linked to Uncle Howdy? And is this a Bray storyline, said Ethan. I can't answer because we don't know, to be honest. We don't quite know how everything fits together. We don't know for certain who the masked person is that keeps interrupting Bray. I feel like it's Bray, but I can't prove that. So we're a bit unsure about that. We obviously don't know how he fits into anything yet. Who he is working with. Is he working with the masked person? If that's Bray, then is he working with the dark side of Bray, or does he work with both versions of Bray? Maybe the masked person isn't Bray, and the masked person is Bo or someone different. And is the Howdy guy working with the masked person? Is he I feel like he must be because he was in the same segment as him. So yeah, it's hard to say. I can't really say how the Fiend fits into this because at the moment we don't know how anything fits into it. But certainly a lot of theories out there at the moment, which we have been covering. Will CM Punk return to WWE soon? Said yes, sir. I don't think so, no. I think there's too many hurdles to overcome. First of all, I don't think CM Punk wants to go back. That's the biggest hurdle because CM Punk left in 2014, and until he signed with AEW, I think that there could have been a way for him to have gone back. I think Vince was probably hurt by CM Punk leaving. I'm sure there was some bridges that have been burnt, but you've only got to look to history and see that Vince brought back the Ultimate Warrior multiple times. And Vince brought back, Macho Man went in the Hall of Fame, and that was a bridge that was burnt. And he brought back Bruno Sammartino came back, and that was a massive bridge that had been burnt. And a lot of this was orchestrated. Some of these were orchestrated by Triple H. He had managed to... The Ultimate Warrior ones were Vince, but Bruno, maybe Macho, I'm not sure, were done by Triple H. Triple H was able... Triple H, I think, was responsible for bringing in Sting, for example. Vince had tried many times to get Sting, but Triple H, I think, was the one that finally got it over the line. So I sort of look at it and think, well, CM Punk went in 2014. I'm sure that there was bridges that had been burnt, but for him to not go back like 2, 3, 4, 5 years later shows that, that was a hell of a bridge that had been burnt. It just says to me that CM Punk, and then he joins AEW and is very vocal about, his dislike for WWE. I just don't think CM Punk wants to go to WWE. I don't think it's something that motivates him. I don't think it's something that he wants. If CM Punk did want to go, then you've got to look at, would Triple H bring him in? I think Triple H would want to do what's best for business. I think he would want to do that, but I don't know. CM Punk's just been part of massive drama in AEW, so if you did bring him in, you'd have to manage that situation. Because you can say CM Punk is right or CM Punk was wrong for whatever just happened, but it's undeniable he was part of it, right? It's undeniable that Hangman Page got upset with CM Punk and clearly got upset for some reason, and then it spiraled and it all ultimately led to what it led to. So there just feels like there's too many hurdles to overcome. The biggest being, I just don't think CM Punk wants to go back. So no is my answer. I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening. I think it's great for thumbnails and clicks and likes, but I just don't see it happening. Zombie Man said CM Punk 10 years ago would be fire, but CM Punk now is toxic. Trini said the men and women of WWE are just getting their stride after Vince leaving. There is finally a good work environment. Why would they spoil that with Punk? It is true. It is true, and it's maybe something Punk fans don't want to hear, but you would have to consider that because Bringing in CM Punk would be a lovely boost, but as we've just saw for AEW, it's a lovely boost that then goes right back down again. Do you know what I mean? It's a lovely moment that then plateaus again. Great spike for when he comes in, but then what was Dynamite averaging this year? 900 odd thousand to 1 million? You know, it doesn't seem like CM Punk drastically pushed the numbers forward. The only thing I would say is we don't know without CM Punk, would it be actually 850? Do you know what I mean? Would it actually have been a lower average rather than 900 odd thousand? But the point still remains that it's not as if they brought him in and, you know, all of a sudden they're right up there with Raw. So if I'm Triple H, I'm looking at it going, well, I can bring in CM Punk, but I've got to worry about what that's going to do to the locker room and morale. I need to really be careful with how I use him, and I've got to make sure I get my money's worth out of him. It's going to cost me a lot. You ain't bringing in CM Punk for pennies, right? It's going to cost you a lot of money, so I've got to factor that in as well. And then I also need to look at AEW's numbers, and I need to be very honest in saying that their average Dynamite rating did not greatly improve, seemingly, when CM Punk was on the books. Now, there's plenty of stuff that CM Punk did do. I'm not saying that he wouldn't have benefits. I'm sure that merch sales would be through the roof. I'm sure that YouTube videos involving him would be very, very high, certainly at the start. And I'm sure that ratings would, for a period of time, see a nice increase. But it will all plateau. And it will plateau and come back down and flatline within 12 months. If you look at AEW, like easily within 12 months, less than 12 months, 6 months. So you kind of have to factor those things in. And then, like, you know, he might still look at that and go, I fancy doing it. But as I said, I think the bigger obstacle is CM Punk wanting to do it. Don't forget, he was meant to face Triple H at WrestleMania 30 and turned around and said, no, I ain't facing your doofus son-in-law to Vince. And that was basically the straw that broke the camel's back. He said, I don't need Triple H. Triple H needs me more than I need him. And did one. And now Triple H is in charge. And Triple H will be creatively managing CM Punk. Like, it's just not a situation I think CM Punk wants to be in. So I just feel like there's too many obstacles. Primo said, to be fair, last 7 weeks, Dynamite doing over 1 million was driven by Moxley Punk, the pay-per-view pull out. We're seeing numbers going back under, now we're seeing numbers going back under 1 million. My point remains, it doesn't matter if they're just over 1 million or just under 1 million. There's nothing sizable there since CM Punk came in. There's nothing there that's really pushed them forwards. You can make the argument that without him, you would be lower. So, you know, you can certainly make that argument, but it's not, when he came in, didn't it do 1.2 to 1.3, something like that for Rampage, which is an excellent number for Rampage. I mean, that's like double what they would be getting, if not more. So, you know, an excellent number for Rampage. Don't know what they would have done if they'd have debuted him on Dynamite. You know, could have been 1.4, 1.5. But the point still remains, you get the big spike, and then you go straight back down again, and then you plateau around 1 million, 950,000. Who cares if it's just under or just over 1 million? Like, my point still remains. It's not 1.2, is it? It's not 1.3. It's not 1.4. We're not seeing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people tuning in because of CM Punk. So the point is, if he goes to Raw, then there's a good chance that you see that 1.8 go to 2, 2.1, 2.2 for when he comes in. But fast forward, you go right back down to 1.8 again after what, 6 months or something? Maybe not even that, 3 months. You'll see the bump, and then you'll come straight back down. Just looking at like the effect he has on the numbers, it's not a positive increase of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. And in all fairness, that's a lot to put on someone, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's a lot to expect from one person that they're going to come in and like move the ratings that way. And actually, ratings-wise, it does bring me to the SmackDown ratings, because the SmackDown ratings have come in, and apparently hour 1 was 2.2, and hour 2 was 2 million. And so it doesn't seem necessarily that Logan is really driving the numbers that they were hoping he was going to drive as well. Apparently, the biggest YouTube video that came out of Friday was a Moss and Braun. How amazing is that? A Moss and Braun Strowman face-to-face, 2.2 million on YouTube, whereas the second one was Logan, and that was 1.4. So you can look at those and say, well, he was still second, and the decline for hour 2 was not, drastic or anything. It's still kind of averaged out, if you will. It was still like acceptable. It's not as if it fell off a cliff. But I don't know. You clearly put Logan in that position. You clearly give him a championship match, like after having 2 matches. You do that because you think it's the right thing for ratings. I mean, there's no other reason why you do it. It doesn't work storyline-wise, does it? Someone comes in, a celebrity, and has a tag match and 1 match at SummerSlam, solo match, and then they get into a championship match. You only do that for ratings. And WWE have not even hidden that. They've not even hidden that. They've not even hidden that fact in the whole promotion of this. It's all about how many social media followings he's got. It's not about his list of accomplishments because, surprise, surprise, there ain't any. It's all about how many followers he's got on Instagram, how many followers he's got, how many total YouTube views he's got, and all this kind of stuff. So they're being very honest as to why they're doing it. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that it hasn't really at the moment shown itself in those ratings. But as we said, you can't sit here and say it's a disaster either. You can't say that the final part of the show fell off a cliff or that the final part of all his videos are getting like 100,000 views. That's far from the truth. So it's kind of just so-so. It is what it is, It's just not showing. What it's showing is that fan base is not being brought over. All of those fans of Logan are not tuning in to see Logan on SmackDown. It's not showing itself in the ratings. The ratings have not moved. They have not changed. So obviously we'll have to see going forwards, but I think he's been mentioning it on his podcast and all that kind of stuff. So you would have to think it likely would have showed itself already, but we'll have to see going forward. But it's an interesting experiment. It's a very interesting experiment because I can't quite recall a celebrity like Logan getting a title match so soon. I can't recall them normally when you bring in a celebrity, you chuck them in a tag match or you chuck them in against like an expert, like a ring general and someone that can kind of carry the match. And you wouldn't put them in for a title. You don't tend to do that. It has happened, David Arquette most famously. But it's a bit of an experiment, this, by WWE. And it'll be interesting to see what the result is at the end. Derek said, do you think a Bray segment tonight, since Friday SmackDown is on Fox Sports because of the World Series, may do one here because of a bigger audience? Don't know, to be honest. Maybe. If they need to advertise that SmackDown is moving channel on Friday, then there will be a big advert for SmackDown to grab your attention. And they will want you to tune into it, yes, because that kind of disruption is a problem. We've seen before. When they go to FS1, the numbers fall off a cliff. SmackDown is awful when it goes to FS1. Not the quality of the show, but the views. The views are atrocious. They're absolutely atrocious. I think they halve, if not worse. It's awful. So, yes, they are desperately going to want to make sure that you are fully aware that it's on a different channel on Friday. So maybe they will use Bray for that. I think my point remains, though, that we shouldn't... As much as I do want a Bray segment, it would probably be better and healthier for WWE if they were to build a second story that was as captivating, It would be nice to kind of come here and talk about, I don't know, Finn Balor maybe, and what's going on with Finn and what's going on with the Demon. And I feel like you could do something there. You do have to be very careful, as we said at the start, to not make it too similar to Bray. But it would be nice to have a second story to get our teeth into, Canadian kid said Bray is a servant, meaning a person who performs duties for others, especially a person employed in a house on domestic duties. Well, he said he's a servant. He goes where the circle takes him, right? Now, I presume he means he's a servant to the circle. So he said that he is a circle, he is a servant. I go where the circle takes me. Now, the circle could be the circle of life. The circle of life is basically, you're born, you have your life, and then you die again, and then you kind of. We don't know in reincarnation, but reincarnation is what people believe. Some people believe that you just go round and round, born and death, birth and death, and it just goes round and round and round. The circle of life could be that he's just saying that he's following life's plan, what life has got planned for him. So it could mean that he's talking about that. There was another theory that the circle could be the name of a faction that he's a part of, which I liked. I thought that was fun. But I don't know that he is. I don't know that he's like a servant to a higher power. I don't know that he's implying that. The only thing he said about that mass person that interrupts him is that he knows who it is. He knows what they want. He knows what they're trying to do, and it won't work. So he's not a servant really to that mass person, because if anything, he's rebelling against that mass person. So at the moment, it feels like he's on his own. He hasn't told us of anyone else. The only thing he said is he's going to do horrible things. So we'll have to see, and he won't feel sorry for them. So we'll have to see where that leads. Primo said, Dave Meltzer said, AEW is doing 980. Let me read this. It's going to jump off screen. Dave Meltzer said that AEW was doing around 980. It was 520 and an 1849 and 460 with people over 50. Now it's 980 with 428, 1849 and 610 people over 50. Okay. So it's 980 and 980. Hazza said, Days, I want your thoughts on this. Let's say Edge retires in Toronto next year. Who would you have his last match be against? For me, it has to be John Cena. Who does Edge's last match need to be against? It needs to be against someone that's going to benefit by beating Edge. You should lose your last match, and it should be someone that's going to get a big boost by being able to say and gloat that they beat Edge. So I wouldn't do John Cena. John Cena doesn't benefit by beating Edge. Edge could beat Cena, and it's a nice thanks, that was my career. But tradition was that you lose your last match. So I would have him go in a feud against someone, and like Gable Steveson or Bron Breakker or whoever, Karrion Kross. Make it really good, though. Make it really good. And whoever he loses to needs to look fantastic afterwards. But I would have Edge lose his last match in Toronto against a heel, basically. A big heel, a great heel. Don't do what we did with Kurt Angle, where he lost his last match to Baron Corbin. Like, give him a good, credible heel that he loses against, and that they're going to be able to gloat about and use for a little while, that they were able to beat Edge. The only problem is Edge is going through a real rough time at the moment. Obviously, he started Judgment Day. He was kicked out of Judgment Day, and he's just not looked that great, has he, recently? He's kind of been outmaneuvered quite a few times. So he's really struggling at the moment. So he could really do with going on a bit of a win streak. So I think what I would do is I would have Edge go on a win streak, build him up, make him look like the Edge we all know and love, not, constantly getting beaten down by Judgment Day and whatever, like he has been for quite a long time now. Since they turned on him, really, he's been falling short. So I would have him go on a bit of a win streak, have him set him up with a good 6 months, and then ultimately someone's going to get the better of him, and then I'd round it up that way. Would you rather see Wyatt 6 versus Bloodline or Judgment Day? I don't mind, to be honest. I think both work. I think if you do Wyatt's against Judgment Day, then that should be relatively straightforward win for Wyatt. If you do it against Bloodline, that's obviously going to be trickier. Certainly because you'd have to think Bray would get a shot at the title if you do that feud. And it's going to be hard to see how he doesn't win. And I wouldn't want him to lose. So unless he wins by like count out or DQ or something, I don't know though. Hard to book Bray Roman right now because I sort of feel like Roman is getting close to 1,000 days. We're not too far away, you know. I think it's May. I think it's 6 months, which I know sounds like a long time. But if you think there's, you know, he's facing Logan Paul at Crown Jewel, he's going to win that, right? Surely. So he'll get past that. Survivor Series, he could be involved in a Survivor Series match and might not need to actually defend the championship. Then there's no pay-per-view in December. Seemingly, the next pay-per-view might be Royal Rumble, right? Where he can just, you know, his title defense there is not going to be the focus. The focus of the Rumble is always the Rumble. So you can just give him anyone, really. He could face Logan again. Because whoever he faces at the Rumble, it's not the major focus. People watch the Rumble to see who wins the Rumbles. So without even trying, I think we can get to February without even trying, without even breaking a sweat. And then when you're in February, you're well in WrestleMania season. Very unlikely Roman's going to lose his title around this time until we've got WrestleMania out the way. And if he faces The Rock, I don't think he loses against The Rock. Right? Because The Rock, I think, would just come back for one match. And I think The Rock would lose. Without even trying, we're in March. And it's May, which is going to be the 1,000 days. So, for me personally, I think Bloodline against the Wyatts is the match to make. But you would have to find a way of not doing Bray and Roman so that Roman can get to 1,000 days. And also, we've said, does Bray need the belt straight away? I think the story we're telling right now is so interesting. Do we want to ruin it by having Bray go after the titles? Like, I sort of feel like I want to know more about who's with Bray, his motivations. You know, I want to know where his mindset's at. I don't really care about him going after a title right now. He should definitely have a title reign at some point. Not saying he shouldn't. He definitely should. But just not now. Like, he's literally just got back. I feel like there's so many stories that we can tell. We need to not only be introduced to these characters, we need to know their backstories. Like, who is Uncle Howdy? What's the relationship? What's his backstory? Like, what do I need to know about him? Who else is part of this group? What's their backstories? We need to see them having matches. We need to see what they're like as a group. We need to see what their theme is. We need to see what the relationships are. We've spoken before about how great Bloodline are because we really focus in on little details like Sammy's relationship with Jay, for example, or Paul Heyman leaving and going with Roman, going with Brock and then coming back. And we explore that for a little bit. You can actually get a lot of content out of exploring the relationship between the different members. I'd much rather we did that and actually fleshed this group out and learnt more about this group rather than Bray having a title and having to just defend against people. So I would say for Survivor Series, it might make it cleaner if it's Judgment Day and then Bray's not around the title. But I think the match that would excite more people would be the Wyatts against the Bloodline. But you might just have to try and find a way of keeping Bray away from Roman at the moment. I sort of feel like in about 12 months' time, we should be looking at Bray maybe going after a title. But I wouldn't do anything for the next 12 months. I think there's more than enough stuff we can explore and do and look at and feuds and grudge matches and more than enough we can do without Bray going after a belt. But you do give him a belt eventually. The Bray fans are going to demand it. I think a lot of Bray fans will want him to be a champion at some point. Me name's Bryn Weevil said reports have said GCW are going to help with the production of tonight's Raw Will we see a major difference or will it remain the same? I'm not sure, but I'm interested. Haven't seen any reports on that, to be honest. There's been rumors about what's happening with GCW. We read it on a stream the other day and it implied that they were moving onto the network because they said there would be an announcement about how you watch and view and where you watch it, the GCW product. So there clearly is some talks going on between GCW and WWE. I think it's more to do with where their product goes rather than them changing or being a part of Raw and SmackDown and all that kind of stuff. So we'll have to wait and see. I am not expecting any change in presentation at all. I'm not expecting GCW to feature or be mentioned. They might get a mention. If they are about to go onto the WWE network, there may be a mention. But I'm not expecting anything like that. Days SmackDown has stayed over 2.2 for 7 straight weeks. No Roman or world title in several of those weeks. Perhaps Logan's fan base has bled into SmackDown. I don't know what to tell you. All I can tell you is 2.2 hour 1 when Logan wasn't on the show. 2 million when he was. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the numbers, you'd have to do some deep diving, but I don't think Logan's had any impact on those numbers whatsoever. I think you can go well before Logan and have a look at the ratings and see that they've been relatively around 2 to 2.2 for a long, long time. That's been where SmackDown's ratings have been. If we were sat here and they were 2.3, 2.4, then I think we could have a conversation. Certainly if the 2.3, 2.4 was in his segments, you can't tell me that Logan fans are tuning into SmackDown for hour 1 and then skipping the hour that he's on. Like, we went from 2.2 million people watching down to 2 million when Logan was on in that second hour. So if the Logan fans are tuning in, they're seemingly tuning in to not watch Logan, which would be one of the craziest things I've ever heard. So, but for the longest time, we've been around that ballpark anyway. So, listen, if he was having an impact on ratings, I would say, I'd be like, look, it's working. Fair play, it's working. Like they've brought him in. He's got a massive social media following. The only reason he's there is for the ratings, right? It's the only reason he's there. And but it's working. But the numbers that I'm seeing, I can't say that. All I can say is that he's not hurting the numbers. It's not like people see him and tune out. So I can say that. But I can't say he's having any positive impact at the moment. But as I said, I mean, look, it's still early days, isn't it? But it is only a few weeks until Crown Jewel. So if he is going to have an impact on the numbers, it feels like it needs to be soon. Because Crown Jewel is, what, 2 weeks Saturday just gone, I think. So it's not this weekend, but the weekend after. That's weird, actually, because this weekend is Jake Paul against Anderson Silva. So it's a big weekend this weekend for the Paul brothers as Jake Paul takes on Anderson Silva. And then the next week, you've got Roman Reigns against Logan Paul. So 2 big weekends for the Paul brothers coming up. Right, we've got 11 minutes to go. 11 minutes to go. Sweet Shells said, The Miz says his secret will break the internet. What do you think that is? What do you think his secret is? What's your thoughts on The Miz's secret? As I said, you know, there's not loads to get your teeth into with Raw, but that feels like it's one. That feels like it's something that we can speculate about. Like, what is The Miz's secret? Chris said, what about Amos versus Big Bass? That would be a dream match if Triple H could bring him back. Big Cass. No. Big Cass was never really that great in ring. I mean, I couldn't name you really any great Big Cass matches. I thought Soft had some all right tag matches. And obviously Enzo was very entertaining. Enzo was, a little bit like the Max Caster of his day. Come down, used to have a microphone, and crowd would listen to what he had to say before the match would go, and that was sometimes some of their most entertaining segments. Acclaimed are much better in ring than Enzo and Big Cass, though. But yeah, Big Cass, he had the size, but I mean, I saw him in AEW not long ago. He was just not that great at all. Just really bland, actually. Came down, he was a surprise on AEW, got down into the ring and just, I don't know, he just didn't seem like he necessarily wanted to be there. He was going, I remember saying he was going through the match and he was not engaging with the crowd. Like, he wasn't taking those moments to, like, you know, beat someone up and then, like, put his arms out and, like, engage with the crowd and bring the crowd. He was just going about his work and, like, going about the match, and the match was over. And it wasn't that great of a match. And the crowds were, you know, they were fairly excited to see him, but that enthusiasm kind of plateaued. I don't know. Yeah, I must admit, if I was a scout for WWE, I after that wouldn't have touched him. Wouldn't have given me a call. I mean, look, he's always going to have the size. But yeah, I don't know. He's got a good physique. He's worked on his physique. He looks better than he did. But in ring, I just found him to be still fairly bland. So, don't know. Yeah, not one that I would be reaching for, to be honest. But big guy versus big guy is always going to grab interest. And as we said, you know, Braun and Amos, 2.2 million. 2.2 million. You know, sometimes you can, I suppose, make things a bit too complicated or a bit too deep, and you can, like, just overlook the basics. And when it comes to wrestling, like, sometimes the basics are just the most important things. And honestly, two massive guys squaring off is going to get a lot of people excited. And that's what's happened. You know, Amos and Braun, I must admit, looked fantastic when they were face to face. Couldn't believe how much shorter Braun was. Like, it proper blew my mind, actually, when I saw them face to face. I was like, no way. Did not know that Braun was that much smaller. But that video doing, like, over 2 million is very interesting. Very interesting. Certainly when you think, like, Amos has got no value and he's not very good in the ring and no one's bothered by him. And Amos segments have repeatedly, when we've done our review shows, repeatedly been the segments people have been like, oh, I just didn't need that Amos match. Didn't need, you know, everything was fine, but I did not need the Amos match. And now look at that, you know, 2.2 million for Amos and Braun. So, as I said, sometimes the basics can be overlooked and just smash two big guys together. So there could still be value in bringing in Big Cass, even if the match would be a snooze fest. Just having them face off would do some numbers on YouTube, undeniably. How long have we got? 6 minutes. 6 minutes. I'm going to spam this sentence until Days reads it, because that's not annoying, said Trini. I read it, Trini. Kurt's last match should have been against Cena. I think Edge should have his last match with Randy or Cena. People in GCW say it's a rib against WWE. Okay. So they're not part of this. I mean, the only thing I've seen is GCW say, keep an eye on Raw. And also I've seen them say that the way that you view the program will be changing. And that made me think, okay, if there is a relationship there, then it's going to be it'll go onto the WWE network. But I can't stress it enough. GCW is such the polar opposite to WWE that I don't see how their programming kind of fits with the family-friendly PG sort of audience that WWE have. So I don't get it. I don't see how they work together. If GCW goes onto the network, though, I mean, it's always good to offer an alternative, as long as you're being very clear that this is, you know, not PG. Then maybe they could become the home for them, but I don't see it being anything more than that. I just don't see how it would work. I just don't see how it would work at all. Michael said, did you see the reports about next year's PLE schedule being remodeled? What premium live events would you like to see come back? What premium live events would I like to see come back? I've always been a big advocate for King of the Ring. I've always been a big advocate for King of the Ring. But I've heard that they are looking to do that. I would want it to be bigger, though. I would want everyone involved. So I think if everyone was involved, that would be awesome. King of the Rings, where there's just like a hand-selected 6 people, 8 people or something. I mean, that's all right, but I would want every male and every female to have a match, and you do a massive bracket, and everyone's involved. Maybe you exclude the world champions. Maybe you exclude the mid-card champions, but to be honest, I wouldn't. Because if you think about the G1, that tends to involve everyone. So I would make it this big tournament where everyone's involved, and it whittles its way down, and then you do the semi-finals and final of the Queen and King of the Rings at a pay-per-view. So, yeah, I like that idea. And I think then what you don't do is you don't have them walking around in a silly crown and a silly robe, making them look cringe, like, and acting like kings and queens and, you know, stereotypes, whatever. I think they get a title shot, right? Absolutely. And I think they need to have some sort of, I don't want to say power, but they need something. Like, they get a title shot, and I don't know, it feels like they need to be recognized. Like, winning it is an achievement. Winning the King of the Ring or the Queen of the Ring is maybe like the rest of the roster come down as they get crowned or something like this. But they don't wear the crown after that. But there is, like, you know, everyone has to come down and acknowledge that this person has won. Because I think when Zelina won, for example, she went over to the throne, grabbed the crown, put it on her own head, put the robe around herself, sat down with the scepter. I felt so sorry for her. She looked like so lonely. There was no one to do an interview. There was no one to announce that she had won. There was no one to celebrate the fact she had won. She literally, I think, beat Doudrop in Saudi Arabia and then walked up the ramp, sat on the throne, put the thing over her, put the crown on her head, and then sat there with the scepter and then stood up at the end and, like, you know, whatever. Just so lonely. So lonely. No one in WWE cared enough that she had won Queen of the Ring, Queen's Crown, to come out and even applaud. Not one person, not an announcer, not a GM, not Adam Pearce, no one, no other heels from the locker room, no one came out. Poor woman had to sit there all by herself, and that was that. Like, I feel like that needs to be made a bigger deal of as well. So, but as I said, like, I wouldn't have them wearing the crown going forward. I feel like that can be a little bit it just becomes cringe. It becomes an anchor. It doesn't become something that's cool. It becomes an anchor. They could still be like Queen Zelina. She doesn't need to, like, you know, wear the crown, come down with regal music and all this kind of stuff. I feel like it's just an old stereotype that can go away now. It's but I do like King and Queen of the Ring. I just like the tournament. I like everyone being in it and, like, build into a massive premium live event. I think it'd be awesome. Thoughts on Dominik Dijakovic rumors? Well, it looks like he's going to NXT, doesn't it? He burnt his mask on Halloween Havoc, so it looks like he's going back to NXT. So, be good. I like him. I wanted him to be a part of. The Wyatts. Actually, I wanted him to join up with Bray. I thought that he'd be excellent in that. Or Judgment Day. He's a big guy that can wrestle. Really like him. Ethan Hill, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Did I read your last one, Ethan? I can't remember. Don't know if I saw it or not. You'll have to let me know if I did. If not, Ethan, just put what it was if I didn't. Days, who is your favorite ever King of the Ring? Hello, Wrestle with Andy. My favorite ever King of the Ring. I mean, I love Booker. I thought Booker was great. It's hard not to say Macho because I thought Macho was brilliant with Queen Sherry. I thought they were brilliant together. So Booker and Macho King might be my top 2. When Brett won, Brett didn't walk around with the crown. Do you remember in '93 when he won it? He never walked around with the crown. And that was back in '93. when gimmicks were running wild. Together, then, now, forever, together. What's your opinion on Fury Chisora for a third time? It's a bit flat, isn't it? I don't think people are that excited about it. I think people are disappointed it's not Joshua, but they just couldn't get it over the line, could they? Very, very disappointing, really. We will watch it, but it's not the fight people wanted. Right, Monday Night Raw. We are going live over to it. Looks like we're going to be starting with, is it Judgment Day? Looks like it's Judgment Day. So I'm guessing this is going to be Finn against Carl Anderson. Here are the Judgment Day. So Finn Balor versus Carl Anderson. Judgment Day making their way down to the ring then. Obviously, the GOAT, Dominic Mysterio, is here. Dominic victorious last week over AJ Styles. So Dominic Mysterio, now one of the greatest wrestlers of this generation. There's a sign that said Rhea is Pappy. What if the winners main event SummerSlam? Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. I'd be down for that. I like that. AEW fan. Yeah, I like that. I think all you've got to do is just make it a bigger deal. I mean, at the moment, if you win King or Queen of the Ring, you get to wear a crown and call yourself King or Queen, but no one recognizes that. None of the locker room respect whoever is king or queen. It doesn't really mean anything. But yeah, if you got something like a title shot, maybe got to headline SummerSlam, that could be really cool. I think winning king or queen should be as big as winning the Royal Rumble. Like if you win the Rumble, that's a big achievement. A lot of people, I used to be able to do it. I'm not sure I could now. But used to be able to like go through from 88, go all the way through all of the winners of the Rumbles. You know, it was every year. It's such a big thing. It's such a big pay-per-view. It's like the second biggest pay-per-view. Some people's favorite pay-per-view. They love the Rumble. Love the Rumble. And what you could do is you could even have some legends come back to face some of the roster in the first round of King and Queen of the Ring. Actually bring back some legends, mystery people, and have a bit of mystery. That would be great. And that would be a way of bringing in some legends similar to a Rumble, you know? The only difference is with a Rumble, you ain't got to do much. With King or Queen, you've got to have a proper match, one-on-one, you know? Could be a squash, though, couldn't it? So last week, AJ found out what Mommy has known all along. AJ found out what Mommy has known all along. We run Monday night. Dominic Mysterio is all man. Yes. Yes, he is. Finn said in one of the greatest matches of all time, AJ Styles faced off against Dominic. And AJ crumbled under the pressure. It's true. We watched. It's true. It happened. It is true. No one's going to deny it. Thank God Rhea painted her nails tonight, said Nixon. Rise for the Judgment Day. Damien wants everyone to rise. Lots of boos. They're getting some good heat, Judgment Day. Greatest luchador. Dominic Mysterio. The greatest luchador in the history of this business. That is so true. That is so true. I don't know why these people are booing. The greatest luchador. They are booing him. And this is great heat. He is getting great heat. I proved all my haters and all my doubters wrong. Great heat, isn't it? Great heat. Bismo said, can't take Dominic serious. They're trying way too hard to cram Dominic down our throats, said Jeremy. Jordan, hello. Top tier said, Dominic's got great heat. Miss Clown said, Dominic is more Shania Twain. Man, he feels like a woman. She says, listen, Rhea Ripley said he's all man. He's this generation's Eddie Guerrero. This generation's Eddie Guerrero. Yeah. Eddie Guerrero was his generation's Dominic Mysterio. It is true. I have heard that Sasha Banks now stands Dominic Mysterio. She used to stand Eddie Guerrero, but she doesn't do that anymore. She's seen the truth. She's seen the truth, and the truth is that Dominic is the absolute GOAT. Who are these bunch of losers? Bunch of losers have come out. AJ. Dominic Mysterio, shut up. This is Charlotte, North Carolina, and they know good wrestling. You. And you are not it. Whoa! You're this generation's James Ellsworth. What? James Ellsworth getting a mention. You're this generation's James Ellsworth. Bet James Ellsworth just spat out his coffee. James Ellsworth can have some fun with that on social media, though. James Ellsworth is better. Ellsworth getting a mention. Yes. 2022 is goated. Anyone think Charlotte will return as it is Charlotte's hometown or SmackDown when it's an open challenge? I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's got to be soon. The open challenge feels quite good, but she would surely have to come back and win it. Do we... Finn Balor, it's time for you to stop talking. I don't think tonight. I'm going to say not tonight. Would be great if it was tonight, though. Right, we are building to this first one. This first match. Let's do this match, you and I, right now. Finn's ready. Carl Anderson's ready. Carl Anderson versus Finn Balor going 1-on-1. They lock up. Against the ropes goes Finn. Shoulder tackle. Anderson goes down. Finn throws up the two sweets. We're seeing AJ and Gallows FS1. Roman Reigns is going to be on SmackDown. He's sure to have some words with Hothead Jey Uso. I heard Bayley Charlotte in Dubai, said Nixon. Commercial break. I hope Dominic can pull this off. I feel bad for him, but he definitely hasn't been, it says AJG. The referee came from, quite fast, said ARY. I don't know where that ref came from, actually. Yeah, I don't know where it came from. Hodgepodge Fun said, I think Chelsea Green will accept the open challenge of Ronda Rousey on SmackDown. I think Becky Lynch will return. They were interested in Chelsea Green. The only thing I would say is Ronda's only just won the title. So is she really going to lose it so quickly? Like, I think whoever answers that open challenge, I feel like Ronda wins, and then I think you might get a return after. So if Charlotte is coming in, I don't think Charlotte answers the open challenge, because why would Charlotte come back and lose? Unless it's going to be like a count out, something along those lines. You know, Charlotte's winning the match, Ronda jumps out the ring, Ronda loses by count out, but she still keeps the title. And you could maybe do it that way. But I feel like, would you bring Charlotte back and have her go straight into a match? I really don't know. I feel like that open challenge might be a bit underwhelming, but they might give you Charlotte or Chelsea Green or someone afterwards. They shouldn't be able to interfere when they wrestle. I think it's cheating because they don't know how to fight fair, said Maria. Hawkins said, Jey Uso is in trouble for not listening to the honorary boss. The honorary boss. Becky's going to take her belt back, said TJB. AR1 said, do you think we see CM Punk in WWE or back with AEW? I don't think he comes to WWE. And it's not looking like he's going back to AEW. Sadly, this might be the end of CM Punk. You got to remember, CM Punk left WWE in 2014. There was a long time for him to return, and it never happened. So, do you think Ellsworth will return? He could showcase one of his top indie wrestlers, said Richard. I do think it's interesting. He just got a mention. I don't think they would mention Ellsworth without him knowing in advance. If I'm AJ Styles, I'm probably just going to give him a quick shout and go, look, I'm just going to mention you tonight. Is that all right? I don't think you just mention him out of the blue. I don't think you do him dirty like that. Although saying that, I mean, you're not really doing him dirty. I know that it wasn't the nicest of comparisons, saying you're this generation's James Ellsworth. It's not the nicest thing to say. But, I mean, listen, this show gets broadcast around the world. If you get just mentioned on this show, like, I mean, look, we're talking about him. At what point today did you think you was going to be talking about James Ellsworth? Well, here we are. So, yeah, I don't know that they'll bring him back, but I can only think it's a positive for him that they mentioned him. I mean, like, I do want to check his Twitter account to see what he said, in all fairness, and see what comment he's come out with. So it's a nice little boost. Days, how do we know Uncle Howdy is in a group with Bray? What if it's someone who Bray has beaten in the past and is back for revenge? We don't, is the answer. We don't know that he's in a group with Bray. We don't know who's behind that mask. My thoughts are that it might turn out to be Bray, but I'm certainly not 100% on that. So, yeah, this Uncle Howdy could be in opposition. And it could be someone that's going to be having a match against Bray. It would just be a bit strange to bring Bray back and then introduce a load of other faces to go up against him. Like other new characters to go up against him. That's not really, I can't really think of that being done before. You know, you bring back a big superstar, but then you also bring back other people and introduce other new people to have them feud against. Is very unusual. Normally you just bring someone back and they face people that are already on the roster. So it just seems it would be really out of the box to do that. But I can't say that it's not. Do you think that Elias could win a singles title? He could get a mid-card. I don't think he would ever get anything higher. But if you wanted to get behind him and have him win a few matches, you could get some outside interference or, something and put a belt on him. Yeah. I don't think it's going to go that way, but you could if you wanted. Anyone else just love Austin Theory? I feel bad for him. He's always in squash matches and he's got zero momentum, said It's McCade. He's got a shiny briefcase, though, hasn't he? He's got a shiny briefcase with a sexy contract inside. So I wouldn't feel too sorry for him. Another option might be B-Fab answering the open challenge, said Hodgepodge. That's true. That's true. Who wants to walk with Elias? It's not as good as Who Wants to Speak with Zeke, said Obi-Wan Kenobi. What do you think about Bray? What do I think about Bray? Well, I really like what they're doing with him right now. Really enjoyed the White Rabbit campaign. Thought that was very cryptic and engaging. I think since he's come back, he's been, pretty much open, honest, seemingly, down to earth. Just really good. Really good. It's really, again, interesting, engaging. It reminds me a lot of early Firefly Funhouse, where you don't quite know what's happening. You're trying to piece the clues together and you don't know where it's leading. I've kind of got that excitement for what he's doing, very similar to early Firefly Funhouse. So, good. Very good. Big Time Back said, I know SmackDown's on FS1 is rough for viewers, but SmackDown does 2.2 and can't manage to retain at least 1.3 is shocking. Mosey, the Wrestling God, said Ellsworth tweeted saying, what the hell did AJ say? Is that what he said? Legend. I mean, in all fairness, he compared him to the GOAT Dominic Mysterio. It's a lovely compliment. Lovely. I mean, he beat AJ Styles. Right, we got a smile on the face of Rhea Ripley. Smile on the face of Rhea Ripley. Dizzledog said Bray Wyatt versus Uncle Howdy is like Mick Foley versus Mankind. Well, if they are the same person, then maybe it would be like that. But obviously we don't know that it is. I feel like it is. I still can't get past the fact that when we very first saw him, he was wearing a mask that was like the mask that the guy that interrupts him. It's so hard because we don't know the name of that person now. That was Uncle Howdy. Now, seemingly, there's a new Uncle Howdy. So I don't know what we call that other persona now. Shoulder up by Finn. WWE has got a history of outlaw shows appearing on their shows with ECW in the mid-90s when WWE was PG, said Nick. It is true, but they were battling against WCW, and I believe that they were trying to get a little bit edgier. I think they wanted to be a little bit edgier to try and counter the WCW kind of programming. And, there's not much of a history. I mean, you can point to ECW. You can even point to like a slight small NWA invasion as well, which I believe was around the late 90s. But there's not many examples. And there was a reason as to why they did it. I don't think that Raw and SmackDown are worried about Dynamite. Dynamite has shown itself to be pretty much leveled off at 950 to $1 million. So it's pretty much flatlined at that level. I don't think they've looked to themselves and thought, you know what we need? We need GCW. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I mean, if it goes that way, then and I'm wrong, then so be it. Do you know what I mean? I've made my feelings on it very, very clear. I just don't see them working together. I don't see what's in it for WWE. YTJ, shout out to you, dudes. Appreciate the support. I'm going to SmackDown on November 18th. Should I wear my Rey Mysterio shirt or my Brawling Brutes shirt, said Dominic. You should wear whatever you want to wear. Whoever you feel that you want to represent. That's a personal thing, though, isn't it, my bud? That's like up to you. Triple H or anyone that may watch this for ideas, please stop this match and go to better storyline. They do watch, Roderick. Yeah, they do watch. That's been confirmed. So I think that they will stop this match within this next segment for you. I think they're listening. We'll see if they do. If this match is still going, right, when we go to another commercial break, then they've ignored you. But if they do end it in this next segment, they are watching the stream, confirmed. That is confirmed. Yeah. Wear no shirt, said Miss Clown 1. I found Uncle Howdy reconciled. Okay. I mean, all I would say is really I would advise against clicking on any link that William puts in the chat. Really, really think about clicking on that if you are tempted. There is something called the dark web, and I have got every belief that that's where that link would end up taking you. Who do you think will dethrone Mandy Rose? I really felt quite good about Alba Fire, to be honest. I thought Alba Fire stood a good chance, and maybe she still does. But clearly it wasn't to be at Halloween Havoc. So if they don't think it's quite the right time to bring up Toxic Attraction, they might just, stretch it out a little bit longer. But I don't know what we're doing with Miko Satomura, because I think she's got a great chance. And I think Alba Fire's got a great chance. Roxanne Perez, maybe, but she is still young. Like, we don't really need to rush with Roxanne Perez. But she could. So I think there's a few that are in the running. Tag Team Tuesday on NXT. The men's and women's tag team titles are going to be on the line tomorrow night. Right, we are underway then. Finn Balor throwing in some strikes to Carl Anderson. Anderson moves out the way. Super kick. Grabs Balor. Crowd are into this. And, wow, powerbomb. Anderson, 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Balor. Judgment Day looking a little bit concerned on the outside. That powerbomb was a monstrous powerbomb. That was a monstrous. He actually let him go midair, and Finn Balor, momentarily was flying and came crashing down. Balor goes back to the corner. Anderson charges over. Picks up Balor. He's got him on his shoulders. Balor plants him down, looking for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Anderson. Rhea Ripley can't believe it. Days, when Cody returns, the pop will be huge, and Cody Bray would be good in the future. That's true. Asuka needs to do more, said Miss Clown. I completely agree. Completely agree. Disgrace that we're not doing more with Asuka. NXT is easily the worst brand in WWE, and that's because Triple H does nothing with it. It's all Pritchard and Michaels, says Jilly. Naomi to answer the open challenge and win for the Bloodline. It's McCade said, I think they're going to play into a Sonya-Mandy feud. Maybe Gigi and JC turn on Mandy, and then it'll be Sonya. Hodgepodge Fun said, do you watch UK TV? What do you watch? Well, I love Taskmaster. That's a show in the UK, which I really enjoy. If you've never seen it, check it out. Basically, they get a load of comedians to do certain tasks within a, hour. And then they film them. And then, they're quite funny. So, love Taskmaster. What else do I watch? I don't really watch much, to be honest. Don't really watch. Oh, Kick Out by Finn. Kick Out by Finn. I'd say Taskmaster's probably my favorite. And then I'm really struggling to think of any other shows on UK TV that I watch. Don't really watch anything else. I'm sure there are good shows. I never watch normal TV. I always tend to get up quite late in the day, and then obviously I'm up at night. So I don't really get a chance to watch any of the shows. Sling Blade by Balor. Love him Walking Dead, though. That's not a British show, but I love that. I'm all up to date with it now as well. Balor charges over, drop kick. Anderson is down. Balor going to the outsides. Balor's looking to climb up. He's looking for the coup de grace. Anderson pops up. Hits the leg of Finn. Anderson up top. Looking for a big superplex. Anderson going for a massive superplex. Gets it. Big super. This has been a fun match, actually, you know. This has been a fun match. This has been a really good King of the Ring match. Dominic distracting. This generation's Eddie Guerrero. Oh, dealt with by AJ. Dominic comes round. He grabs AJ, throws him into the ring steps. AJ gets thrown over the commentary table into a camera guy. Gallows with a big boot. Rhea pushes Gallows. Rhea picks up Gallows. Oh! Wow! Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Do you know who the hell I am? Wow. Rhea slams Gallows. Low blow by Rhea. 1, 2, 3. Finn Balor pins Anderson. Wow. That is better than when Hogan slammed Andre. That is better than Hogan slamming Andre. That is sick. Rhea slams Gallo. Proper picks him up. Has him like this. Wow. 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 Incredible. Incredible. So Finn pins Anderson. I tell you what, there's a whole nother level of respect for Pappy. So Rhea with a low blow to Carl Anderson, and Finn gets the pin. Jeez Louise. She might be stronger than Hogan. I tell you what, I reckon she might have military pressed Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3. Hogan was like, yeah. Rhea Ripley, oh yeah, like this. Proper military press him. Gorilla press slam. Right, we're just looking last week with Loomis and Miz. Loomis and Miz. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Gallows doesn't weigh 500 pound plus like Andre did. Yes, but equally, Rhea doesn't weigh, and I can't imagine is as strong as what Hulk Hogan is. So it's all relative. She's probably stronger than him these days. He can't really hit back, can he? In the true sense of wrestling, men should be able to body slam women who body slam men. Okay, we've got Johnny with a whistle. Is the Miz. I want to know what you think you know. He says, I know what's going on. And that is, you know. You know. No, Miz doesn't know. You know. There's nothing to know. Quit lying. Tell the people the truth. I'm going to go out there and tell the truth, said Miz. Miz is making his way out into Gorilla. Awesome. So Miz making his way out. What is the truth? He said he's going to tell the truth. What is going on? What is going on? Dexter and Miz are brothers. Was Rhea Ripley horribly disfigured in a car accident at some point in her life? I don't think so. What did Rhea body slam Gallows like? That was not realistic, not good match overall, said Krista. Is today the King and Queen of the Ring going to start? No. What would you think about mixed tag championships, said Hodgepodge Fern. I would think that we can't even book tag team championships very well, so how are we going to do mixed tag championships? So I would have concerns, not because I got anything necessarily against mixed tag matches, but just we haven't even got a strong tag. Like we're getting there. We're bringing in some good teams, but we're not there yet, are we? So I feel like we need to fix the tag team division first and the women's tag team divisions. Get them rocking and rolling in a really good place. And then maybe have a look at bringing in mixed tag team championships if there's room and a need for them. But at the moment, I feel like we've got to fix the tag division. It's been too long since we've had like really good, credible tag team division. I mean, I couldn't even tell you. Could you even name like a few women's tag teams? I mean, all we seem to get are just women chucked together. I mean, are Raquel and Shotzi even a team? They went for the titles, but are they a team? I think they were just chucked together, weren't they? So I feel like we need to focus on the women's tag division. I feel like there are quite a few teams in the men's tag division, but just being able to name them is one thing. Actually putting them in good matches that people want to see is something completely different. Like you can go, well, we've got Judgment Day, we've got the club, we've got Hit Row, we've got Maximum Male Models, we've got Alpha Academy, we've got like you can name all these teams, but we need to get great tag matches happening so that people get excited about tag team wrestling. So my focus would be there more so than like let's bring in new belts. Dominic said, "What do you think? Who do you think will join Hit Row on Friday in a 6-man?" I think Carmelo Hayes. Maybe it will be. Yeah, maybe they will look to bring up someone from NXT as just like a one-off. I don't think Carmelo Hayes is going to come up permanently. But saying that, he didn't win the North American Championship, so if they want him, he's free to he's not got any ties anymore to NXT, so. They could bring him. He'd be quite good as a partner, but I don't want him in Hit Row. We don't need Carmelo Hayes joining Hit Row. It might make them a bit more credible, but equally it might lower Carmelo Hayes' stock. I kind of feel like Carmelo Hayes is pretty cool, was pretty good in ring. His matches are pretty good. He's a great talker. I think there's a bit of excitement around him. I don't know that he needs to be joining up with Hit Row on a long-term basis, I would like to see women's tag teams in matching bodysuits. That would be cool, said Zoom Station. Zachariah, shout out to you. Will Becky return tonight, says Spurs Gamer. I've not seen any reports of Becky coming back tonight. In fact, we never looked to see what Fightful put up, did we? Normally they put up some Raw plans. So we are just seeing AJ at NASCAR, maybe. Okay, there are some Raw plans here. It says Bayley, Bianca listed as non-title. Matt Riddle, Seth Rollins are both in town, but they are scheduled for a dark match. OC, Judgment Day, and Bayley, Bianca are scheduled for 3 segments each. So we have just had 3 segments. So that was a long match, long open actually. Seems like Bayley and Bianca is going to be quite long as well. So, it looks like we've got a few things to look forward to. What we have got is we've got The Miz in ring. Do you watch BBC and ITV? Yes, if there's any shows on that They're our 2 major channels. Well, and Channel 4's big deal as well. Right, we've got a Miz promo. I have been keeping a secret Okay, he's talking about how a lunatic showed up and got carried away by security. He tried to kidnap me. Yeah, we haven't seen Tommaso in ages. Those are the facts. The facts is being stalked. So Miz is being stalked. The night. Oh, we've lost the picture. God damn it. There's no picture. Ah, now I've got a BT. I wonder. This better not be a Bray thing that I'm missing out on again. This one, last time it turned out to be a Bray thing. Oh, we're back. We're back. That lunatic targeted me because of my mind. You can see the cameraman in his reflection of his glasses. It's pretty fun. When I chose to give a selfless act, that lunatic couldn't stand that I chose Tommaso Ciampa. Okay, so Miz is saying that Dexter was upset that Miz had chosen Ciampa and not him. He is my best friend. If you have seen him, let me know. Dexter upset. Miz chose Ciampa. That is exactly what happened. Johnny's out. You're so full of yourself. You don't realise. Your friend. I just texted him. He's not missing. He's injured. Oh, he's injured. So Johnny said that Tommaso's injured. Inside the Machine said, thanks for the follow. You're welcome, dudes. Appreciate the support. Appreciate it. I've got a whistle. He's gonna blow. He's gonna blow the whistle. He's gonna blow the whistle. Crowd want him to blow it. They want me to blow the whistle. No, Miz doesn't want him to blow it. Miz doesn't want him to blow it. Ciampa injured. Apparently so. Oh, here's they're talking about truth, and here's our truth. Our truth coming out. Here we go. What's up? Yo, man. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? That woman in the front row is loving it, man. Well, they were saying truth a lot, weren't they, in all fairness? The kid, look at the kids. Kid in the front row. This is like the extended version, you know. R-Truth's awesome, isn't he? R-Truth's awesome. What's up? What's up? What's up? Right. R-Truth in the ring. Charlotte, North Carolina, make some noise. Okay, so R-Truth's here. You said, you want to tell the truth? I'm here. You want to tell the truth? I'm here. You want to tell the truth? R-Truth is great. He's the type of comedy relief I like, said Jilly. He's great. Yeah, he is so much fun. Truth deserves a small push for all the years of comedic relief. I genuinely think he goes in the Hall of Fame, you know. He's been in WWE a long time. He's done everything that's been asked of him. He's one of those kind of hands that just is if you've got a wrestling company, you want R-Truth, because you ask him to do that, yeah. You ask him to do that, no worries. He just gets the job done, whatever you need. And it can be like the bottom of the barrel stuff, you know. That man single-handedly kept the 24/7 title relevant. And that title is seemingly dead now. So what we do with R-Truth is very interesting. Truth, we're not fighting. We were really close to finding out what this was about, and R-Truth has actually, in a way, ruined it, because we were really close to finding out, like, the whistle was about to be blown. But I love R-Truth, so I don't blame him. So Miz said he wants truth. Johnny and R-Truth both say you can't handle the truth. I feel like we are building to a match. I'm guessing R-Truth, Miz. Go to commercial break. USA Network made the call. We just can do only wrestling to Triple H. When's R-Truth getting his 20-year celebration? Do you know what? I don't actually know when he came in. I couldn't sit here and give you the date as to when he first joined, but I mean, I feel like he's been in for a long, long time. He has been in. Returned to WWE 2008. So he has been in for coming up 15 years next year. He did do a couple of years around 99 to 2002, but then he went away to TNA. But came back in 2008, debuted as a face on August 29th, 2008. So really, 2008 kind of building up to where we are now. It's going to be around 15 years. But we've done the whole Little Jimmy stuff and Awesome Truth. We've had him teaming with Kofi Kingston. Do you remember the Golden Truth? Him and Goldust. Him and Carmella with the dance breaks. Dance break. And then 24/7 stuff as well. I mean, look, he's not done the glamorous stuff. He's not been around the top of the cards. He did main event a show, I believe. Was it Capital Punishment or something he did? I don't know if I can find that information. I'm sure he faced John Cena, didn't he? Faced John Cena at a show, and I can't remember what show it was now. Can't be bothered to look through all of his Wikipedia, but he did have a brief flirt with the top of the card. But he's been used as comedy since then, hasn't he? Inside the Machine says, challenging Paul Heyman made his career. Yeah, he's been so much fun. He has been so much fun. He's one of those names that I think's really overlooked when you talk about just things that really help, like WWE kind of work. Like, you do need the top end of the card, but you need the bottom end of the card sorted as well. And R-Truth is genuinely funny. Like when he came down at the Royal Rumble with a ladder, and set that up during the middle of the Rumble thinking it was a ladder match, like quickly ran up, got to the top, and he was looking around, and he looks down, and everyone's just bemused, staring at him, because he got it completely wrong. It's good, isn't he? Hodgepodge Fun said, shout out to you. I've been watching since your first toy hunt. I have had a lot of accounts since. Hodgepodge Fun, appreciate the support, dudes. Hawkins said, I love Truth's my bads. Yeah, the my bad moments. I'll never forget the ladder match segment on Raw. He thought he was in it, said Icy Hayes. Truth between 2009 and 2012 was a legit competitor, said Moldy. Anyone remember WCW days, said Maria. I do. I'm sure many people here do as well. He can still move pretty well, considering he's pretty much 50. Jim said, I like Truth and Carmella. The only time I really like Truth's What's Up rap. So it's just for fun for you to complain. Got it, says Trini. Trini, I think that's another comment that's halfway in a conversation that I've walked into. Trini, do better. Right, we are underway with R-Truth and The Miz. R-Truth and The Miz. Here we go. Versus R-Truth. Nice to see R-Truth in a match. Guessing this should be a relatively comfortable win for The Miz. R-Truth posed into the fans. Miz attacks him from behind. And we are underway. People over there, what's up? Today, Alexa Bliss on her Facebook posted a video of the swamp fights. Hodgepodge, what do you think about Goldberg's contract expiring? Do you think he'll be at Crown Jewel? I don't know. I mean, like, I've not been excited about Goldberg for ever. So I don't think that, for me, is someone I want to stick around. But seemingly, they keep bringing him back, and I can only imagine it's because the ratings are pretty good. I can only imagine the ratings worldwide are strong for him. So, don't know. I'm not a fan, but clearly someone is. Paul Carpenter, shout out to you, bud, said, imagine Truth and Dexter as a team. Well, I feel like Dexter's being presented as quite serious at the moment. Like, he is a serious stalker threat to The Miz. I think if that runs its course and he's not being treated as serious, then maybe you could get some fun segments with him and R-Truth. Like, that could work. The only problem is you do run the risk of maybe taking a little bit of credibility away, because he will be involved in some, like, fun sort of segments. I'm not saying he has to dance along with R-Truth or anything. You can still keep him serious, but him just tolerating R-Truth, I think, kind of, I don't know. That's it kind of presents him in a certain way, doesn't it? Like, right now he's a stalker, he's dangerous, he's a bit unhinged. Sort of thing. If you keep him around R-Truth, you need to be prepared for his presentation maybe being slightly changed. Yeah, the same thing happened in NXT, you see. He was a stalker and serious, and then he fell in love with Indy Hartwell, and he went into a more comedic role. So I think we could go that way. I just don't know that we need to do it just yet. There is seemingly Loomis in the crowd. Roll up by R-Truth. 2, 3. R-Truth wins. R-Truth wins. Distraction. Someone was in the crowd. Looks to be Dexter Loomis. And it was Johnny Gargano. It was Johnny Gargano. Oh. Are we building to Johnny against The Miz? Johnny Gargano wearing the gloves. He had the hood up. Miz is like, oh, you think that's funny? Right, we've got Kathy Kelly sitting down with Candice LeRae. Candice says she didn't know what to expect. So Miz loses, and it's revealed to be Gargano. Oh, who's interrupted? Bayley. Damage Control have interrupted this interview with Candice. Who cares? That's not a question. Oh, it is. Who cares? It is a question. Candice interrupted by Damage Control. Indie call up, said Tony. The only thing you've all proven to me is that Io is still untrustworthy. Dakota is still spiteful. And Bayley, you're still not Raw Women's Champion. Bayley said, I don't see any friends here to help you. It turns into a brawl. So seems to become a brawl as we go to commercial break. I concur. The cinematography evolved after the Undertaker AJ Styles match. It was more cinema, less photography. Fiend Braun, says William. 100,000 female wrestlers have Lee and Ray in their names, says Eric Defcon. What do you think of Naomi in the Bloodline? I like it. I think she should have joined them ages ago. It's different dynamic, isn't it? Different dynamic. And then, like, it means the Bloodline can dominate the women's division as well. So, yeah, I'm a fan of it. Who knows where we would have got to if she had have stayed. I mean, she walked out back in, was it May? I mean, that's, August, September, now nearly October. There's 3 months that we've nearly lost. Who knows if we would have got somewhere with Naomi joining Bloodline? I don't know. Do you remember R-Truth's childhood hero is John Cena? Yes. The winning lottery combination was once foretold in a fortune cookie, said Koji Co. Bismo said Damage Control. They just bore me. Yeah, there's something not right with them. There's something not quite right with them. It doesn't feel like Bayley is elevating Io and Dakota. It feels like Io and Dakota are bringing Bayley down. I think the problem is Bayley was so good before she got injured. She was so good. I mean, you can say pretty much Bayley was one of the biggest stars during the lockdown phase. I mean, her and Sasha together and her little feud with Michael Cole, their little back and forth. She was Bayley 2 belts, Bayley DOS straps. Bayley DOS straps. She had the women's tag belt. She had the SmackDown Women's Championship. I think she's one of the longest reigning women's SmackDown champions as well. They were even popping up on NXT because at the time the women's tag titles were even being defended on NXT. So she would pop up there with Sasha. She was just so good before she got injured. And the problem is she's come back and she's brought Io and Dakota with her. And it's just not as good. It's that simple as that for me. It's just not as good. And so it feels like, and it might be very unfair, it just feels like Io and Dakota are preventing Bayley from being as good as what she was before her injury. And as I said, that might be very, very unfair. But the only thing you've really got to compare it to is what she was like just before her injury. I thought she was great. Ding Dong Hello. That was so much fun, those segments. Ding Dong Hello segments I thought were pretty good. And as I said, she was doing some really good stuff. So, yeah, I agree. It's just not quite hitting the same. It can get there. It can get there. It's just there's something a little off at the moment. Bayley is unappealing, said Tony. First woman to wrestle in Dubai, said 8 Stories. Is she? I remember the first woman to wrestle in the UAE was Alexa and Sasha. Don't know about Dubai. Hello, we're backstage with Elias. Hello, I am Elias. Here is Riddle and his bongos. I want to clear the air. No need to fear. The air is clear. He's a serious artist, Elias. Yeah. He's got a long history of being disrespected. Yeah. I would do something about it. No, you and Zeke were close. I've been hitting the bongs all week. Here is Gable. So Elias says he might not be as nice in the future. You call yourselves Blink 180 Shush. Blink 180 Shush. Shush. So we've got Alpha Academy just talking to Riddle and Elias at the moment. Me and Riddle are not in a band. So we getting Elias against So Alpha interrupt. A-Town down, right. Austin Theory, here we go. Here we go. Austin Theory. A-Town down. Austin Theory making his way down to the ring. Bling 180 Shoosh. Damage control should be broken up. There's no chemistry. It seems like they've just been thrown together and given a name. Right, Austin Theory is making his way down to the ring. A-Town down. A-Town equals money, said excellence of execution. Let's see what. Give him a microphone. I don't know why we're wasting airtime on you, Mustafa. I'm the youngest United States champion. And right now, the youngest Money in the Bank winner. Don't cry after you wake up from going A-Town down. A-Town down. Once Usos lose the tag titles, how would you book them? Maybe a split. We've seen what Jay is capable of as a singles. How do you top this current run? It's hard to split them, to be honest, because I feel like Jay is all right as a solo star. I don't think he's anything special. I think he's all right. I don't think he's any better than a Mustafa Ali or a Seth, or I mean, like, he's nowhere near Seth level. So I don't know. Jay's all right, but I wouldn't split them. I wouldn't split them. I feel like the Usos are tag team for life. They've been together for a long time. You could try a story where you split them and try them as solo stars. I just have no confidence that it's going to work. I'd have no confidence in it working. I think it's hard enough for really, really great solo stars that are solo stars. Usos have been blessed with being like twins and being damn good in the ring, damn good on the microphone. They work so well as a team. They're just one of the best tag teams. I think if you're talking best tag teams in the world, you would talk about the Usos. You'd have like FTR in the conversation, of course, and maybe the Briscoes. But I feel like the Usos are in that conversation. I think if you're trying to build a credible tag division right now, I think you keep the Usos together, to be honest. Here's the United States champion, Seth freaking Rollins. OC or Brawling Brutes should dethrone the Usos. They should build them up to beat the Usos, says Harris. Mustafa, the next freaking problem, Ali, said Hawkins Jr. Ginny said, after a lot of inner reflection, I would like to share an important thought. Prepare yourself mentally, physically, emotionally for what I'm about to reveal. Boobs. Boobs. I did used to have that as... I don't have it anymore, you know. I used to have it as a word that I had, like, that I could play. It's not here. Don't have it. I don't have it. I would love to respond with the boobs of my own, but I don't have it. Well, I do have boobs of my own. Forget it, Trini. Forget it. It's a mess. But isn't that always the way with boobs, eh? Isn't that always the way? Right, we are underway with Austin Theory in the ring with Mustafa Ali. Guessing Ali's going to be winning this one. The Dully Boys. The Dully Boys have done something the Usos never have. Salami Swagger, tell me more about the Dully Boys. Chris Hart said, if Naomi joins the bloodline, then Sammy gets kicked out and Jey Uso, Sami Zayn at Crown Jewel. I think Seth Rollins has been raiding Pretty Deadly's wardrobe, said Tritium Cascade. Right, we've got Seth Rollins come out. He's gone on to commentary. Believe it or not, we're 1 hour into this show. Feels longer. I don't know why. It feels longer. That felt longer than an hour. But we are 1 hour into Raw. They won the WWF, WCW, and ECW championships. Dudley Boys, Dudley Boys, Dudley Boys, Dudley Boys. Yvonne, get the tables! Junior said Seth Rollins' character is Waluigi from Mario. He looks great, actually. His hair in a man bun. A man bun. He's got shades on. He's looking slightly tanned. It's looking good. But they should cash in after this match on Seth, said Chris. Courtney said, I've got a strong feeling Eva Marie is going to return to WWE. Listen, that woman's like a flipping boomerang. You chuck her away, she just keeps coming back. I wouldn't be surprised if she makes an appearance at some point. I'm not expecting it to be anytime soon, but she might be in a Rumble or something like that. They might even bring her back for another little run, but are they chanting, we want Seth? Against the ropes goes Ali. Ali flips over. Knee to the midsection. Against the ropes goes Ali. Duck underneath. Round the houses. Head scissor takedown. Flip up by Ali. Ali charges over. Forearm smash into Theory. Big strike by Ali. And again, Theory up top. He lacks a killer instinct, says Seth. Seth says that Ali lacks a killer instinct. There's a sign in the crowd that says curb stomp me. Someone in the crowd wants to be curb stomped. Theory rolls out the ring as Ali was about to find the pin. Theory needs to be a Paul Heyman guy, said Nixon. Cheering Seth for 3 weeks straight. Another heel that will soon be babyface, said Junior. Primo said, is it safe to say Solo and Sammy being added to the bloodline has carried SmackDown in Roman's absence? The fact they haven't dipped below 2.2 is surprising. I don't know, to be honest, because I would have to have a look back at all the segments that Roman's been on and the episodes Roman hasn't. If Roman's there, then obviously Roman's having an impact. If Roman's not there, then, I mean, obviously the past 2 weeks we've had Bray. So I've got to think Bray's having a positive impact. The White Rabbit stuff and everything going into Bray's return has been huge. So I feel like, you know, Bray has certainly helped. It's all anyone wants to talk to me about. So just looking at that, I think Bray's had an impact. And then, as I said, you'd have to have a look before to see when Roman was on. If Roman's not on, who is on? But yeah, I mean, I feel like Sammy has got, you know, a lot of affection. I think people are into Sammy. How much is driving ratings? I couldn't say. I honestly couldn't say. I do think that SmackDown will always just get a certain number, you know? I feel like people tune into SmackDown because they know it's a fun show, it's a good show, and you're going to be entertained. And so I feel like it's on Fox, it does a certain number. Maybe that number's, it's guaranteed to do 2 million or something. And then you need to find a couple of 100,000 that's going to get people to tune in. Maybe sometimes it's Roman, sometimes it's Bray. Sometimes Sammy and Jay, I really don't know. I really, really don't know. I'd have to say, I have to look back at like all the episodes and everything. Where's Mella? I have no idea where Mella is, actually. Mella is money. I know that much. Let's have a look. See if there's any news. Carmella. News. New photo of Alexa Bliss, Sasha Banks without makeup, Carmella, Zelina Vega. 2 weeks, Mella at top Instagram. Mella celebrates her 35th birthday. So Carmella was 35 the other day. No news. No news. Oh, here we go. 3 weeks ago. Why is Carmella not on TV? This was 3 weeks ago. Carmella out of action for a few months. Related to her last match, she had a collision. A house show. The two rivals faced off against Asuka. The adrenaline-fueled match. 3 competitors. When Belair struck Asuka, Carmella attempted to attack the EST from behind. The champion attempted a black backflip and accidentally collided with the Princess of Staten Island, and the referee threw up the X sign. I haven't seen this. Hang on. I wonder if I can show this. Probably not, but I'm going to do it anyway, because I'm a legend. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. So, apparently, look, Bianca throwing up some strikes. Backflip. She didn't touch her, did she? Did she touch her? She didn't even seem to flip into... She didn't touch her? She doesn't touch her, does she? What? That's it? And the ref threw up the X sign after that? Strikes. Backflips over her. Carmella rolls out the ring. This is where Carmella was said to have been injured. Fans say that the ref threw up the X right after this. Perhaps it's not that she touched her. Perhaps, like, as she was trying to bend or get out the way, maybe her legs went. Because, look, she comes in, runs over. Don't know what she does there. I don't think it's really Bianca related. I know it's not the biggest little clip in the world, but strange. First time I've seen that, to be honest. Didn't seem like Bianca even touched her, but it did seem like as she like moonsaulted over, it did seem like Carmella, like, tried to dip down maybe, and maybe as she did that, maybe twisted her ankle or something. Don't know. And Broken said Corey keeps Carmella locked in a vial around his neck. Oh, that's nice. I think she got hit behind her neck. It was a bad angle. Might be neck injury or a slip disc or a strain, says the woman that just yelled boobs in the chat. David said, I think we need a new tag team similar to the Hardys. What do you think? I think we do need someone that's going to just make things a bit more extreme. They're doing it at the moment with Liv, where she's kind of going a bit more extreme. She's getting tables and chairs and stuff like that. So but it would be nice if we had a tag team that did that. I do agree. I agree. Big chop by Ali then. Over in the corner goes Ali. Theory charges over. Kick there by Ali. We've still got Bianca and Bayley coming up. Nice net breaker. 1, 2. Kick out by Theory. I hope Carmella is okay, says LD Cool. She's fine, mate. Looks like she's just decided she wants a break, to be honest. Kick out. You think you can... You can thank Days for my name change, said Trini with Daboobs. Trini with Daboobs. I think Daboobs, that's your husband's name, isn't it? Trini with Daboobs. Lovely, lovely partnership. Do you think there's a possibility that Nash Carter might come back? I don't think so. Obviously, there's some horrific allegations against him in regards to domestic abuse, but there is an actual photo of him. I think did he give the Nazi salute because I think what he's done, right? And he's an idiot, but I think he's shaved and he's kept that little bit of a mustache and somehow decided, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pretend that I'm Hitler and I'm going to do a Nazi salute. I'm going to take a picture and that'll be mega lols, won't it? And that picture got out. I mean, first of all, it's not mega lols. And now it's got out. So obviously that's offensive and it's going to have offended a lot of people. And even just that alone, I don't see him coming back from that because that picture's out there now. If you did bring him back, people on social media will be sharing that picture everywhere, won't they? You can't escape that image now. Back elbow. What happened to Rick Boogs? Oh, he's injured. He's out with an injury at the moment. I seem to remember it happening in a Nakamura, Boogs, and I can't remember who the other person was. 3 people in the ring, and it was like a talk segment. And I remember Rick Boogs getting caught. Oh, Seth's jumped in. Ali was up top. Distraction. Seth provides the distraction. We're going A-Town down. It's going to be a win for Theory. Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3. Austin Theory wins. Austin Theory gets a dub. It's a dub. It's A-Town down. Theory beats Ali. The United States champion has come in to hold up Theory's arms. Thanks to Seth. He's got his Money in the Bank briefcase. Theory jumps out the ring. He leaves Ali down on the mat. With Seth standing over him. Seth applauding mockingly. Theory going to cash in on Seth's belt. Over the top goes Ali. Gets dumped out the ring. Abaddon and Su Yung would be a good team, said Leo. I miss when Rollins and Theory were buddies. It's his disciple, wasn't it, for a while? Seth jumps out the ring, grabs Theory, chucks him over into the timekeeper's area. Come on, Ali. Prove yourself. Seth runs round, grabs Ali. We're in the crowds. Oh, wow. He went hard into a chair. You don't belong in the ring with me. Get him out of here. Look at all them signs. Have all those signs been confiscated? Why are those signs there? What are all those signs? It's a load of signs. Do you reckon they're fake signs that they put in the crowds? Or do you reckon they're signs that they've confiscated? I'm more interested in what those signs are. Corey said, Days, what do you think of CM Punk's WWE? I don't buy them. I think they're really good for clickbait. I think they're really good for views and clicks and likes. But I just don't think he wants to go to WWE. He left in 2014. He's had plenty of opportunity to go back. I understand that Vince isn't there anymore. But I don't think Vince was the biggest problem. I think, he didn't like Triple H. He called Triple H Vince's doofus son-in-law and actually walked out when Vince tried to get CM Punk to have a match with Triple H at WrestleMania 30. And now Triple H is head of creative, head of content. I just don't know that. I don't know that CM Punk's going to be interested in coming back. So I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Yeah, things change. And you could make an argument that CM Punk's going to be really upset with AEW, and what better way to get back at them than by going to WWE, but I don't see it. Miz says, you dressed up like him, you deceived me. Learn some respect. It's great. Nice to meet you, MC Hammerpants. Are you happy, Constable, King, Boring? What's your name? He says, are you happy? Are you a constable? Are you king? Are you boring? Fun segment. Fun segment. JBL can talk, man. He can talk. I love the fact as well that JBL can talk about the Attitude Era. JBL said, if this was the Attitude Era, you'd be carrying my bags. That hit. That's good. JBL and Baron Corbin. WWE has been so good recently, says Anthony. Tommy said JBL is the GOAT. Harif said hearing JBL's voice last week was already bad enough. Sem said JBL bullied me. You probably deserved it though, Sem, in all fairness. I like JBL. But then I am a big fan of all bullies. I think that it takes a lot of work and commitment to be a bully. And I think JBL is absolutely one of the best. Primo said AEW did 752 against NXT that did 676. Did you think the gap would be wider or closer? I thought that would be about the gap. I think I said I expected NXT to do about 750 and AEW to do 825 was, I think, what I said on the show, on the watch along. So I was expecting the gap to be about 75,000. And what was it? Oh, it's gone. What was the gap? The gap's gone. I have no idea. The gap's gone. We'll never know. The gap was about 75,000, 750 to 876. So I didn't get the numbers right. I was actually 75,000 down on what I was expecting, but the gap between them was about what I was expecting. Wrestle with Andy said, would Punk be the only top star in history that never returned? I think Macho was on his way before he passed. Well, Macho, you do have to mention Macho, but AJ Lee, does she get a shout? We obviously don't know about Dean Ambrose, John Moxley. He was a pretty big name. So we obviously don't know about him. Yeah, I'm just trying to go through it. I mean, I was thinking Bruno. Bruno came back. Pedro. I know he was around in the late 80s. Pedro Morales. I know Superstar Billy Graham came back. He actually did some shows in the late 80s. I actually ended up watching his documentary again the other day. It's so good. The Superstar Billy Graham documentary. So good. So he came back. Bob Backlund came back. Hogan came back. Brett came back. Shawn came back. Stone Cold came back. The Rock came back. Triple H never went away. So yeah, I don't think there's a long list of people that never returned. But CM Punk, AJ Lee, potentially John Moxley. Those would be a few names off the top of my dome. Off the top of my dome. JBL, bullying indie wrestlers is great stuff. Let him diss Triple H for bringing in all the indie guys, says Junior. Everyone, halftime scores in 7 minutes. Talk about jumping the gun. Got 7 more minutes to go here. 7 more minutes of the first half. Riddle is like the Swiss Army knife of wrestlers for WWE. Whenever they need a body, he just gets inserted into it, says John. Darkside says Corbin has a solid moveset and is one of the more believable finishers. He had a really good match. Had a really good match last week. Him against Dolph Ziggler was way better than I think anyone was expecting. So I'm actually quite down for him against Johnny. Should be really good as well. And he's tall. Like him standing next to Johnny, he was towering over him. The number one movie in the world right now is Black Adam. So, number one movie in the world. Is it DC? Is it? I think he just said DC. Bianca Belair is furious about what has happened. It is DC. Oh. I thought it was MCU. MCU. I think they used to be tag champs, didn't they, in AEW, the old MCU. Here is Bianca Belair then. She is furious. Furious with what has happened to Candice LeRae tonight. Absolutely spitting feathers she is. Black Adam is DC, same as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman. Draco said, I saw Black Adam today with my uncle. The movie was awesome. Yeah, but more importantly, how was your uncle? Is he all right? I hope he's doing well. Primo said, before the media scrum drama, with his close friend Paige being signed, her husband there, how likely was AEW trying to sway AEW to come out of retirement? Yeah, I heard they did try. But she's doing Women of Wrestling, isn't she? She's an executive for Women of Wrestling. So I don't think that would have necessarily got in the way. I don't know how much she actually does there. Sure, she could have found a way, but she seems to want to be focused on that more than anything else. I think she's really into doing projects that really excite her and have, dare I say, a greater good. She seems to be into like women's empowerment and mental health and things along those lines, which is great. But you know, doing stuff with AEW would be not necessarily focused on those things. It'd be focused on her helping them with ratings and making money. I think she's looking at more satisfying things than that. Like, I think she's doing Women of Wrestling because she believes there needs to be more opportunities for women in wrestling. So I think that's why she's so passionate about that. But I did hear that they tried to get her, yes. Ding dong, hello. Is this match for the Money in the Bank briefcase? What match? What match? This match. Bianca and Bayley. There's no Money in the Banks involved here, is there? It was Liv that won Money in the Bank this year. She already cashed it in. They have a whole roster full of great women wrestlers. In NXT said 8 stories. Marty said that would be 30 years of hair if it was real. I think it's fake. Junior said AJ Lee is going to bring in Sasha Banks to Women of Wrestling for her first match since being fired. Guys, here is Omos. OMG Os. 4-on-1 handicap match. Yes. Omos in a 4-on-1 handicap. Perhaps he's taking on the whole bloodline. Not even the whole bloodline. The whole bloodline except Roman. 4-on-1 handicap match. Oh, God, I hope they're children. I hope they're about 12. Imagine 4 12-year-olds in the ring right now just absolutely pooping their pants. There's a moss. That's what I want from Raw. That's what I want. Give me that. 7'3", the Nigerian giant. Now, after his stare down with Braun and the fact I know it did 2.2 million on YouTube, I am a bit more excited for seeing him now. Normally, this is the point where I'd go, not interested in this. And I'd be bored, right? And I'd zone out and we'd probably talk about potatoes or something. But I feel like we're doing something quite interesting with him now. And if this does turn out to be children, this will be my favourite segment of the year. Come on! Here we go! 4-on-1! They look like children, in all fairness, compared to a Moss. Look at this. Look at this. We've got a fake Van Damme. Who have we got in this who's who of a lineup? I can see a fake Van Damme. Show me them again. Stop showing me a Moss. Amos is staring at these jobbers. 3 kids and their father. Yes. We seem to have a fake Van Damme. We seem to have a fake... Actually, I can't quite make out that logo on that other guy. Who's coming forward? He's calling one of them forward. I promise nothing will happen. Strowman likes to say you can get these hands. I don't think he does say that anymore, in all fairness. That dude on the right has got some pretty good... Has got some pretty good ring gear, actually. His hand is like nearly as big as that guy's face. And that guy, look at that guy. Look how impressed he is. I respect your ambition and I applaud your courage. That dude on the right has got ring gear. It looks like it's got Zeus on it or something. It looks cool. That dude's ring gear is better than 99.9% of the wrestlers that are on the active roster. That dude's got sweet ring gear, man. Really good. You spent a bit of money on his ring gear. I hope he wins. I hope that guy on the right wins. I want that guy to win. I feel like he could probably have a better haircut, but... They're going to take him on at the same time. It's not even a tag match. Oh, amazing. 4-on-1. He's taking him on. Look at that. That dude came flying out of the heavens. Amos just helps him. Look at that. Look at the power. Boom. Choke slam. That dude reminds me of, what was his name? Sal? Used to be in NWA. I don't think it is him, but he reminds me of him. Oof, big boot. Got him up and plants him down. Here's this guy with sweet ring gear. He gets caught midair. Snake eyes against the ropes. Big boot. Braun is faster. Jobber Ring Gear of the Year awards. Oh, he gets that. He gets that. Find his ring gear more interesting than the majority of people that are actually wrestling for WWE. Let's go home. We're done here. Amos goes up, comes crashing down. That dude seems to have an orange splatter on the side of his. It looks like the Nickelodeon logo. I don't know if you spotted that. The dude that's down in the corner that Amos has got right now seems to have like an orange splatter on the side. He's stacking them up. 2 have been stacked. 2, 3. And there we go. Amos wins. Amos beats 4 jobbers. The hair adds to his mystique, said Funky Fresh. Wow, quite the mystique. In all fairness, he never got pinned, the dude I like. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. He did, like, totally pin a dude that's got, like, an orange splatter on the side. Maybe it is Nickelodeon SpongeBob themed. Oh, man. That's fun if it is. In all fairness, the pattern on it, you know when in SpongeBob he's like, 5 minutes later, and you get, like, a pattern-y kind of background. His pattern does look like something, like, from one of those moments. 2 hours later. That was a bad boot of Rob Van Dam, though. Ross Van Dam lost, said Rotem. Roderick said this is unwatchable. Amos needs work. Real wrestlers wear SpongeBob. Yeah. That would be a fun gimmick, though. Imagine if every time you came out, you had a different SpongeBob-inspired attire. People would love that. People would love that if you came out and you're like, what's he going to wear this week? Man, it's the little things, innit? The little things. Was Amos ever in NXT? He was, but he only did house shows. I remember us talking about him ages ago. We were like, man, there's a dude. He's tall. He's called Jordan O. McBain in the wings. I remember us talking about the fact that he was like, you know, could be in a Rumble. But then when we first saw him, he was like the doorman to Raw Underground. So he was the doorman for Raw Underground. And so there was a lot of excitement for that. Because we thought he'd probably get involved in Raw Underground, but I don't think he ever did. And then he was the giant ninja in the Street Profits and Viking Raiders thing. And then he was Amos. Richard said they should have a career-ending match of Braun versus Amos, and Braun would win. Real wrestlers cut Amos's toenails. The poor guy can't reach. Big Time Back said, I don't know about you, but it does feel like Bianca has been brought down a few levels. Doesn't feel like that big deal that Vince made her to be with how hard she was being pushed. Yeah, I mean, what I will say is she's still got the title. She had a good match at SummerSlam, but then since then, she's just been faffing around with Damage Control. She had a fairly decent ladder match. It didn't quite live up to expectation, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I think the problem, there was a few bits I was a bit off with. I didn't like when Bianca single-handedly dealt with all 3 members of Damage Control on her own. I just didn't think that looked great for damage control. So, you know, she had an all right ladder match. She had a really good match at SummerSlam. She Clash of the Castle. I actually wasn't that impressed with that match. I know many people were, but I wasn't really that impressed with the 6-woman tag. Then we got a fairly decent ladder match, as I said. I had built it up in my mind, though, a bit too big. I think that's on me, because I think I'm right in saying that was the first ever women's ladder match one-on-one on the main roster. I'm not aware of any other women's ladder matches on the main roster, just one-on-one. And when you think about, like, Shawn and Razor and how amazing that was, you kind of, you know, start thinking, could these two do something similar? And it was good. It was fine. It just, I don't think, is a match that's going to be in conversation for match of the year at the end of the year. You know, Razor and Shawn is one of the greatest matches of all time, let alone of the year, 94 and 95. But this one wasn't quite as good. Don't think it's in conversation for match of the year of 2022. So, yeah, maybe she's just not feeling quite as big at the moment. But it's nothing that a really great match at Crown Jewel won't fix. We're just having a look at... We should have done halftime scores there, but we were chit-chattering away. Tonight, we've got the Brock Lesnar, Bobby Lashley story. Shush, shush, please. Shush, shush, please. Right, I think we're moving on to Otis and... Oh, it's Chad, is it? Chad Gable versus Johnny Gargano. Shush, shush, please. You should enjoy the gift we're being given. Would you prefer that Gable was just sat in catering? It's a good point. There are some signs that say "shoosh" in the crowds. It's going to be versus Elias. So it's Otis against Johnny, and it's going to be Chad against Elias. Makes sense now. Here's Elias. Hello, I am Elias. Elias making his way down. There's a little, look at the little dude dressed up as the Macho Man. Elias has made his way down to the ring then. People are putting up their camera phones. Elias should be in the match. He is in the match. Look at this face, says Gabrielle. He looks in great shape. People with their phones in the air. It's a nice visual with people with their phones out. Right. Smile on the face of Chad Gable as we're about to get underway with Elias versus Chad Gable. We are 1 hour, 19 minutes left, and apparently they're going to give Bianca and Bayley 3 segments. They're going to have plenty of time to get their point across. Jackson, the WWE's biggest fan, said Bray Wyatt is the best. Can't wait for the reveal of Wyatt 6. Nixon said tonight's Raw is lukewarm. Let him in, said Elias. AR1 said Elias versus Roman. Excellence of Execution said Elias has got fireflies as well. Junior said Elias will be the man in the new generation, but now it's just the wrong era. Chad Gable is getting shorter every week, said Nixon. Macarai said, do you think Bobby beats Brock? Or do you think they give it Brock? I think they give it Brock. I think they give it Brock because they gave it Bobby at the Royal Rumble. Granted, that was thanks to outside interference, but I think they will give it to Brock this time. Bring back Sandoval so we can have Elias and Ezekiel feud, says Leapin' Lucha Larry. WWE Fan 1000 said, how dare you call Ezekiel and Elias the same person? Dark Angel said, push Elias to the moon. Hip toss by Elias. Looking for a power slam to Chad Gable. Creed Brothers rule sign in the crowd. That's fun. Creed Brothers do rule. Creed Brothers would be awesome on the main roster. I'm excited for them coming up. Max said, has it ever been confirmed there'll be a Wyatt 6? No. Nixon said, is that a real beard? I believe it is. He was gone for quite a while, and I think he properly grew it out, so I believe it is. If you are being violent or drunk in Japan, the police will get a futon and roll you into a burrito, says Kojiko. Against the ropes goes Elias over the ropes as Otis pulls the top rope down. Elias spills to the outside. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Commercial break. It's still real to me, damn it, said Nick. British Soundball Prank said, score for Raw, -8 out of 20. Jack, get your scores in. Halftime scores, even though it's not halftime, we'll do it now. Here we go.
Halftime scores.
Here we go.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
I look so much younger back then. 18sex.xyz, the best adult dating site. Guys, I can confirm that. I can confirm that. For all of your adult dating site needs, that is the best. That is the best. Hawkins Jr. said KO needs to come out and try to pull that beard off Elias. Harif said 8.2. It's not 8.2 standard. 8.2. It's not 8.2 standard. What does that mean? It's 8.2, but it's not 8.2. 9.7, says Brandon. 6 MC Hammer Pants. Lone Star Friend said 7.5. 10 out of 10 for Daisy's singing. Daisy's streams are the best adult dating sites. That's right, guys. If you are looking for adult dating, feel free to just flirt in the chat. And someone will respond, I'm sure. 9 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 6.5. Days, please kiss the back side of my halftime score, which is an 8. Ooh. All over that, mate. 5.1 said Boomers. 5 says Scott. 6 says Zoom Station. Alexa Bliss Gamers 0809 says 7. TJB said 3.2. Bob said 7 apples out of 10 oranges. Like it. Where is Kevin Owens? Don't know. I mean, we did see him on NXT the other week. Do you remember when Otis and Mandy was a thing? Yes. I wish he'd have told her to get some cushions. Why adult dating? Why not elderly dating, says Neem. I don't know, to be honest. Perhaps they do I don't know at what point there's a cut-off. There might not be a cut-off. Like, adult may go from 18 up to 118. Do you know what I mean? So, they might welcome everyone. I can't speak for them. They claim to be the best. So, I would imagine they do cater for a very wide demographic, so... Let's not rule out the idea that they don't cater for the 70, 80, 90-year-olds out there that are still looking for love. 46-year-old male here, said Roderick. 46-year-old male seeking a 30 to 45-year-old female in Oklahoma. So, Oklahoma, Shout out to you if there is a 30 to 45-year-old female in Oklahoma that's into wrestling. Hit Roderick up, please. Hit Roderick up. So all you females out there in the Oklahoma area, yeah, put your cousins down. Leave him alone because Roderick's interested. Got to be into wrestling, though, yeah? Got to be into wrestling. Days, John Cena is behind you. John Cena is behind all of us because we've moved on. Aren't all dating sites for adults? No, you would think that, but you can get kids ones. I've just started one myself. Kids dating. It's where kids, let's be clear, it's where kids date kids. Yeah. Let's get that out there. Very popular. Very popular. And the kids love it. Parents, not so much, but the kids absolutely love it. Never seen a dating site for children. Well, I'm starting one. Right, we have gone back to the show. We don't need to talk about kids dating sites anymore. 18 to 118. No, thank you, says Brian. Brian, don't rule it out till you've tried it, mate. Don't rule it out till you've tried it. Ankle lock by Chad Gable here on Elias. We were robbed of Elrod, says Top Tier. Pyro says, rephrase that. Well, I think what I'm going to do is move on. That's the best thing to do sometimes, just move on. Razor's Edge. He's got him up in a Razor's Edge. Gable. Ooh, not great. Him down. It didn't look that great. Innovation, though. Innovation coming out of the Alpha Academy. Shush. Shush, please. How great would American Alpha be now? Because Jason Jordan was always fantastic. Chad Gable's a great wrestler, but Chad's got such a great personality as well. American Alpha. Ugh. We should have done so much more with them. One of the greatest tag teams in NXT history, they were. Moonsault and he lands straight onto a knee by Elias. That is sick. They look like they clashed heads midair. He kind of moonsaults over. It looks like they clash heads, but Elias gets his knee up. That was really cool. That was really cool. Oof. I just saw the replay of it. Moonsaulted over. Looks like he slightly touches heads with Elias whilst he's midair. Still ends up coming crashing down onto his knee. 1, 2, 3. Elias wins. Elias beats Chadwick Gable. Wow, Otis is it. That's not great for Alpha Academy, is it? Chad Gable losing to Elias. Don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel. Bro. Here's Riddle. The drift away. Riddle has made his way down. Knee by Riddle. The original Bro. Bro to sleep. Riddle makes the save. Floating, bro. Floating, bro. Is this what we're doing with Riddle now? We're going to have Riddle and Elias be a partnership. That's a hell of a step down from Randy Orton, innit? Do you remember when we had Rated RK Bro? Defending his new best friend, Elias, back Cassius Ono. Right, just seeing earlier tonight, this generation's Eddie Guerrero being attacked by AJ Styles. Bring back Chetterfield, said Shannon. Imagine RKO Bro and Elias, said Rory. Oh, look at that from Rhea Ripley. Still can't get my breath. Too sweet. Who's too sweet now? Who's too sweet now? That was great. Bring back Eli Cottonwood. Yeah, he used to be with Bray, didn't he? Eli. Feels great to be back, said Harith. Welcome back, Harith. Welcome back. Got a little bit of lag wobbling around, didn't we? A little bit of the old lag. We've got a Rhea problem. I'm the best with women. Body slams are my love language. Is he going to go and hit on Rhea? Oh, I'm so here for this. Oh, we've got the charts up again. Ah, love it. Love it. Body slams are my love letters. Here's JBL. And Gallows hitting on Rhea is everything I need. JBL making his way to the ring. Johnny Gargano against Baron Corbin. Johnny versus Baron Corbin. Right, commercial break. John O'Clock, MC Hammer Pants. Why the hell is Gallows hitting on Rhea? Does his pants look a bit better this week? Pants look a little bit better. Still a little bit baggy, but not quite what we had last week, where the ring was pretty much full with material. John O'Clock, thoughts on Corbin's new theme? It sounded all right. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I was very indifferent to it. To be fair, I wasn't able to watch the first hour, so my score is invalid, said Bob. Zuba's Pants said Raw is 0. Jackson said, who you got members for Wyatt? I'm excited. I'm leaning to Tyler Bateman, Dutch, Vincent. I am interested in them, definitely, being a part of it. Bo seems like a no-brainer. Liv feels like she could be part of it. So I'm looking at those names. That's what I'm looking at. I love this show since I was 6, says Jack, who I believe is now 7. Dad Stuff said, I found out why I lost sound. My wife pulled into the garage and my phone connected to the car. Oh. All 6 are Bray, said Sila. Ronnie said, remember that Batista versus JBL rivalry? Gallows is going to put Rhea in check, said Zoom Station. I feel like that segment's got potential to be legitimately funny. I'm looking forward to it. Rob said, is Gallows joining Judgment Day? Don't think so. Does someone have diarrhea? You said there was a chew problem. No. I mean, I'm sure someone in the world's got diarrhea. I don't think it's anyone in this chat or in WWE. But I don't know that. I don't know that, to be honest. Jeremy said, why am I timed out? You're not, Jeremy. If you was, I wouldn't be able to see your comment. British Soundboard said, have you seen the new Sky Stream box? Full Sky via Ethernet or Wi-Fi. No aerial required. Yeah, the only problem is anything through Wi-Fi sucks. There's a delay. So that's the only problem. That's the only problem. What about a female alpha member? Who would be a good fit? Zoe Stark. You want someone that can legit wrestle and actually Ivy Nile. Someone that's someone that can actually do some stuff in the ring. Shayna Baszler. Oh, Shayna Baszler would be good. Shayna Baszler would be really good. She cares about wrestling. It'd have to be someone that really can really wrestle and cares about wrestling. Actual wrestling. So, yeah, Shayna would be pretty high. Shayna in Alpha would be 6. Same with Ivy, said Jackson, WWE's biggest fan. Sergio said, I've got a feeling Indy Hartwell will return tonight or really soon. Shayna should go one-on-one with Ronda, said Harif. I think that could happen. Cynthia said, Days is Uncle Howdy. Well, I do like wearing hats. And I do like saying howdy. So we can't rule it out. We can't rule it out. Right, we're about to go back to the show, and we're sneaking our way towards what I like to call the final hour. We've got 3 minutes, 2 minutes to go till we get to it. Shayna needs a legit title run for about 6 months to build her up as a destroyer. We're seeing Xavier at the Boys and Girls Club be a star. And Kofi and Big E. There's Big E and Titus. Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Learn more. Go to bgca.org. Right. We are back at Raw. We've got JBL in the ring, and we should be going over to Johnny against Corbin. Johnny Gargano versus Baron Corbin. Oh. We go backstage again with Anderson's come back and he's beaten up. Oh, he's holding on to his dingaling. Can we agree we've got a rear problem? I'm going to do something. Get Asuka. Get Asuka. Get Asuka. Get Asuka. Get Asuka. Go and get Asuka. Get Asuka. You know Asuka. Get Asuka. Get Asuka. I was going to ask you how you're doing, but I don't care. It's you allow mediocrity to be the norm. That's why you like Johnny Gargano. Lays into the local football team. Even took the goat of all goats, Michael Jordan, and turned him into a loser. What's he got to do? You get to witness greatness. JBL with massive heats. Money in the Bank winner, Andre Memorial Battle Royal winner, and King of the Ring. Welcome, the modern day wrestling god, Baron Corbin. Here we go. Wrestling god making his way out. Baron Corbin making his way down. He's got black tights. He's got like a white vest top. There's people putting their hands out, and as he's making his way to the ring, he's like, woo! Yeah! JBL in the ring. Smile on his face as Corbin gets in the ring. What about Nikki A.S. Shoosh? It's Asuka. It's got to be Asuka. Bum-ass Corbin sign. There is no taking Corbin seriously, says Jim. Not hard to be a modern-day wrestling god when most of it sucks, says Wesley. Better than the skin color tights. That's true. That's true. Here's Johnny. Johnny's music, man. It's got a good vibe to it. Good energy. I love Johnny's music. This rebel heart. Love Johnny's music. Johnny's got great music. Johnny Gargano. Johnny making his way down to the ring. I really hope we don't mistreat Johnny. Johnny, to me, feels like a future world champion. He was Mr. NXT. You could make the argument he's the biggest star in NXT history. Which is such a weird thing to say when you, like, you know, Asuka was there, Kevin Owens was there, and there was all these massive stars that were in NXT, but I think you can genuinely make the argument that Johnny was the biggest star in NXT history. He's got tons of potential. I really hope this is a banger. Corbin's match last week was really good. Really, really good, and there's every chance he can repeat it. Right, here we go. These two locking up. Corbin, much bigger than Johnny. And Johnny driven back to the corner. Collides over. Big strikes to the midsection here by Johnny. Johnny is throwing in some big shots. Corbin has got Johnny. Johnny rolling Corbin up. 2. Kick out by Corbin. Duck underneath there by Johnny. Johnny going against the ropes. Takes Corbin down. Single leg drop kick. Against the ropes goes Johnny. In between the ropes as Corbin goes into the barricades. James Ellsworth has put a hilarious reaction to AJ's video on TikTok. Don't go on TikTok. JBL is the legend on the microphone, said Jackson, WWE's biggest fan. His little guys, says Tay-Sign. You know what I hate about 2K22, said Harith? The fact that Corbin doesn't have the deep 6 move. Does he not? That's a good move. Corbin, he is not in the new Wyatt family. Psychological heel, said Nixon. No more Ezekiel on Raw, said Miguel. No. Johnny is driven into the ring post. Corbin is in control. In the ring goes Johnny. Into the ropes goes Johnny wrestling. No, sadly nothing from Bray tonight. Where is lag? Yeah, we're getting a little bit of lag. If it keeps happening, I might change routers. Don't know. See how I feel. It's not too bad. It's just once every, 10 minutes or something. Down goes Johnny. Days, I met JBL earlier this year at a convention. I didn't realize how tall he was until then. Wrestle with Andy. What convention was it, please? What convention was it? Big forearm smash there by Baron. Baron goes in between the ropes to the outside, gets back into the ring, drop kick by Johnny. Baron goes right over the top to the outside. Johnny has a little look. He's going to go over the ropes, over the top, edge of the ring, jumps out the way. Nice little kick. Charges over, crossbody. Corbin slams Johnny hard onto the commentary table. That was cool. He had Johnny and it was like, slammed him down, and then just like stood there in front of the commentators. That was a nice spot, that was. That was a nice spot. Comes over, like, makes a statement. That TV, these monitors, they're not like the old monitors, of course. The old monitors used to be like about this long. But these ones are very thin. But they still, I should imagine if you got slammed on them, and they're still going to dig in. And one of them seemed to get knocked over. So I bet that wasn't much fun. Room with some force as well. It was nice. It was in Liverpool. Also, Bray walked past me when I was in the queue getting a burger. Probably because you had the burger. It's a joke. Hogan is Uncle Howdy. BW375, who do you want to be on the cover of 2K23? Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon. Nah, probably it's got to be Bray, innit? Who's got bigger buzz? Bray and Roman. One of them. Monitors are built like the wooden NXT coffin. Yeah, the old ones were. The old ones were flipping huge, weren't they? They had handles on top of them. It's amazing how far technology has come. If you ever wonder how far technology has come, just look at the old monitors that they used to have in the commentary desks. I'm so happy that Bo Dallas is returning. Hopefully he'll have Bray come back, said Blake. Didn't get to see the spot. Mine is frozen. It's good. It's good. It's Cody, said Shaquem. Liv is in a movie that's coming out in 2023 and the Chucky show. Another WWE made talent that's going to leave for Hollywood. That's why Vince is scared to make stars. Coach Co said, in an attempt to make their menu more nutritious, McDonald's once created broccoli that tasted like bubble gum. Bray's got to be in the new game. Yeah. Who runs today's Raw? I don't know, to be honest. I think it's probably Triple H. I know he had COVID, didn't he? But I presume he's back. Triple H update. Things are back to normal. There we go. Fightful has learned Triple H is back running tonight's WWE Raw. He was sidelined from last week's show, but we were told he was feeling okay and just frustrated he had to miss the event. Road Dogg filled in during his absence. Most of the show was written the day before. SmackDown tonight's show will be headlined by Bayley, Bianca. I think we knew that because reports were they're going to get like 3 segments. So, yeah, it feels like Bianca Bayley is going to be the final part of this show. And they're going to get plenty of time. Ric Flair will definitely show face as soon as Randy Orton comes back. I can see that happening, said Nixon. Oh, God. I am going to change routers because this router's... I've done... did I want to do it? Have I done a good thing? Have I done a bad thing? I might have done a bad thing. Yeah, I just tried to change routers, and it seems like the other router's worse, to be honest. I wonder if there's something up with the area. It's really struggling, isn't it? Keeps dropping. This is still seemingly the most reliable Wi-Fi we've got at the moment, though. It'll get us through. We've only got 48 minutes to go. It'll get us through. McRib is back, said Lone Star Friend. Rob said, no, it's still lagging. Yeah. I just tried changing routers. I got 2 routers I can use. And, well, I've got 3 actually, but the third one's horrific. But it seems like this is the best one we've got. The other one just doesn't seem to be working. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. The one you're on now is not too bad. It does still lag, but it's not too bad. Just seems to dip out and come back again, doesn't it? I don't know why. Well, we're in the countryside, so Wi-Fi is just a constant battle that I have. And so, yeah, unfortunately, the internet we get here is awful. We get about 3 meg upload, which is just awful. You need to have a nice smooth stream. You need to have consistently about, you want it to be about 8 to 10. We get 3. So, yeah, we have to use like Wi-Fi and like 4G routers and 5G routers and all this kind of stuff. Right, Gargano is in control. So we said we've got 47 minutes to go. Nixon said, I remember CM Punk once wanted to fight Chris Brown. People forgot how good JBL was when he was the top heel in the company. I hope he really helps Corbin transform into a threat. I want to see some real heat. Yeah, I'd like to see him transform into a threat. Corbin shouting to the crowds. Looking for a deep 6, can't get it. Crucifix pin by Johnny. Kick there by Johnny. Forearm strike. Shots raining in here by Johnny. Unloading and Corbin going down. Against the ropes goes Johnny. Ah! 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Johnny. Deep 6. A big, big deep 6 by Corbin. They're both laying into Kevin right now because he said ring around the roses, which is a stupid thing to say. Johnny Wrestling back in the corner. Deep 6 is such a good move. It looks great, doesn't it, Darcy? It does look great. Couldn't get the finish with it, though. JBL sucks sign in the crowd. Smile on the face. Forearm strike there by Corbin. Other shots coming in. Corbin down. Headbutt. Another headbutt there by Johnny. Johnny is perched. Jumps over the top. Corbin to the outside. Straight back in. Super kick by Johnny. Corbin goes down. And a 2 count. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Deep 6 was a good move, but 6 inches deep, not so much, says Wendell. Don't remember that move. I don't think that was... It might have been Raw that you was watching, but I don't think it was WWE. It looks like Vincent and Dutch with Wyatt might be right, said the scientist. Suicide dive into Corbin. Face first. Johnny into the commentary table. Protect the hat. The Raw commentary table covering gets moved. Playtime is over, said JBL. Super kick by Johnny. Johnny over by the ring steps, moves out the way as Corbin goes into the ring steps. Johnny is climbing on top of the commentary table. Johnny on the commentary table is looking at JBL's hat. Why doesn't JBL take the hat? JBL says, don't you dare. Gargano. He reaches down, he grabs the hat. Why does JBL not do something about this? JBL's a former world champion. And Gargano has put his hat on and he's dancing and prancing around. Maybe Gargano is Uncle Howdy. Howdy. DDT. Why did JBL not do something there? He just had to take that. He goes to give him his hat back. He keeps it. He's wearing it. Johnny on the edge of the ring. Top rope enziguri. Howdy. That's better. That's better. JBL trips Johnny over. End of days. And that's it. 1, 2, 3. Corbin wins. Corbin beats Johnny. Thanks to JBL outside interference. In all fairness, Johnny brought that on himself. Days, I want to know what your dream booking for Wyatt at the WrestleMania would be. He needs a win. He's got to face someone and win. So it's hard to say, to be honest, because it needs to be against someone he can win. I like the idea of it being Goldberg, which might upset people, but I think that people would equally like to see him get the win over Goldberg. Goldberg seems to bring in ratings, seems to be someone that seems to do well. They keep bringing him back. It would be a big match, and Bray wins. He beats Goldberg. He gets the victory back over Goldberg. He gets revenge. The build would be very interesting, and he, more importantly, gets a win at WrestleMania. So I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that. I think his best feuds are ones that connect to the past. And that was a big moment, man. That was a big moment. Him losing the championship to Goldberg. Bianca said, this is bigger than the championship. Because Bayley has taken out every one of my friends. I'm not stopping till Bayley is left with absolutely nothing. Right, Brock and Bobby recap. Just going to have a look at the recap. We got 40 minutes to go. No way Bray beats Goldberg at Saudi. Goldberg is a hero. Saudi King will make the call. Days wants us to crack down, says William. Goldberg's still got one match on his contract. I can understand there'll be other names that people want. There might be some that want to see Roman, Bray, for example, and things like that. But I feel like Roman Rock is the match to make, if you can make it. So hopefully we get Roman versus Rock. That would mean he's out the picture. Cody should be going for the title at WrestleMania, so he's going to be out the picture. So I don't know, like I feel like it needs to have meaning. It needs to connect to the past. So I do like the Goldberg one. Bianca sounds like she's going to take an L, said Zoom Station. I hope Bayley wins, said Jim. Miguel said, can you answer my question? Is that your question? Is your question, can I answer your question? Yes. Done it. There you go. Miguel, you are welcome, my friends. Making dreams come true is what I specialize in. Days, can you answer my question? Question answered. Yes, I can. Boom. That's how you do it. That's how you stream. Yes. Trini says, Trini with the boobs, said the Crown Prince of KSA is who requested Paul versus Roman. That's why we're getting it. I wish people would let it go. Consider it a glorified house show. It doesn't matter. I actually didn't know that. I haven't heard that it's the Crown Prince that requested that match. That's interesting. If true, you never quite know with Trini. We found out that's not her real name. So it's hard to know if you're getting the truth or not. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. Darcy said Logan should beat Roman for both titles. Roman cries himself to Hollywood. Then we get Bray versus Logan. Logan wins in a squash match. Thoughts? Seems like the best plan. Seems perfect, mate. Seems absolutely perfect. Love it. Logan should beat Roman And then he should go on to keep the titles for the next 8 years so that he breaks Bruno Sammartino's record and goes into the history books as the greatest champion. The only thing is, within those 8 years, he doesn't actually ever defend the title. Or maybe he defends it once against some person off the street or something. I don't know. But yes, sign me up. Sign me up. Smurfy Toon said, Days making more wishes come true than John Cena. It is true. It is true. So far, I've made Miguel's wish come true. So I'm on 1. And I can't remember how many John Cena did. I think I'm ahead. John said, I wouldn't object to Logan getting one of the belts, but not both, and then splits them finally, says John. Miguel with another question. No, Miguel. No. You've had your question answered. I'm not going to keep answering your questions. Yeah, now you're getting needy. Please. Come on, Miguel. Yeah? This isn't just me answering your question stream, is it? It's not 4 hours of me just answering Miguel. You've got to let other people have a go, Miguel. Only one problem. Logan has got to give up YouTube, says Siler. I see a few more problems than that, to be honest. Right. Here's Miz. Maurice and I got this get well card for Candice. That's actually kind of nice, says Johnny. We've all had a tough night. Can we get this nonsense behind us? Tell the truth. If you don't tell the truth, then next week I will. You're rich. Put some money in it. You haven't even signed it. He could have put some money in there, couldn't he, in all fairness? KOD stands for Kids on Drugs or Kiss of Death. Probably Kids on Drugs, knowing the kids today. Or Kids of Death. Maybe it's a mixture of both. How would you let Vincent and Dutch and Tyler Bate debut with Wyatt? It's difficult. It's difficult because, like, you've kind of got to book the whole thing because I feel it's so going to be intricate, and I don't think it's as easy as just, like, at the cup. You could have Wyatt have a match and you could show someone kind of standing in the crowd and, or maybe someone comes to his aid. You could have someone help him. You could have, he could win, but there's someone in the crowd staring, a bit like the puppets were. You could maybe do that. And then you're a bit confused if they're with him or against him. But I really like the idea of Wyndham has some matches and he is winning. But at the end of the matches, there's, you know, at the end of the first match, there's one person in there. At the end of the second match, there's two in the crowd, Uncle Howdy and the person in the Court of Owls mask. And then at the end, there's three. And you don't know if they're about to attack him or what's happening. But I really like the idea of then Bray going up against some heels and he wins, but then starts getting beaten down and they arrive in the crowd, but they start making their way to the ring. That would be such a great moment. And you don't know if they're about to help or hurt. You don't know if they're going to hurt or heal Bray Wyatt. And they make their way down and then they start beating up on the heels and it turns out they're a faction. And that would be pretty sweet. So I like that. But when I say they're in the crowd, like you can't, it's not like you can see them perfectly. They're in the shadows. So you can sort of see them and you can sort of make things out, but it's not 100%, you know? It's not like they're just standing there waving. They're looking quite menacing, but they're in the shadows and you're having to like proper look at the pictures, try and work out what they look like. I'd like that. That'd be good. That'd be one way. About 1 billion ways you could do it, but that'd be one way. But I like the idea of Bray being outnumbered and needing help, and help arrives. I like that. I'm sure USA Network can't be happy with still not having the WWE Championship back on Raw. Boomer said you didn't answer my question. Didn't I? God, everyone's so needy this evening. What's going on? God, none of you loved as a child. Come on. Are you enjoying the show, said Philip. I think this show is average at best. I don't think there's anything really here that gets your pulse racing, but we spoke a lot about that before the show started. That was a little bit concerned. We kind of thought that it was going to be all right, but would there be anything that would really get the juices flowing? And to be honest, I don't think there has been. I mean, I always think a good way to gauge a show is after this show finishes, I want to do a video and talk about whatever the biggest talking point is. I have no idea what to do that on right now. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that video looks like. Right now, with half an hour to go, I have no idea what the video would be. If I was to guess, I think it might be theorizing on who might be joining up with Gallows and Anderson and AJ. Might be that. But unless this main event's going to provide something, I don't think there's been any kind of... I think this has been average. This hasn't been a show that's really set the world on fire. But let's see what this segment brings, because Bayley is making her way down with Damage Control. Bayley versus Bianca Belair. Next week, we are in Dallas, Texas. Tickets available on Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster, the master of tickets. Coming up next, Bianca Belair, the EST, taking on the Bayley. Gonna get half an hour. This is a big main event, isn't it? Nixon said, mark my words, Bayley wins and Charlotte returns. Ticketmaster sucks, says John. Not according to Ticketmaster. Legend Killer said commercial break. Mark said Charlotte or Becky will come back. Would love to see Damage Control against Toxic Attraction at Survivor Series. Best part of Raw so far have been the commercials, said Jojo. Syla, shout out to you, my friend. Master of Tickets. I'm still waiting for my MF souvenir ticket from Clash. Shake my head. Turns out they're ticket not masters. That's what I'm hearing. Nick said, I don't think you can answer my question. Is that your question? I don't think you can answer. That's more of a statement, isn't it? That's a statement. What's your question then, Nick? What's your question? I'm intrigued. Because if I can't answer it, I'll just say no. Can you answer it? No, I can't actually, no. Boomer said, can you answer my question, please? Please. I've lost that as well. I used to have that as a little sound effect. Now I have to do it every time. I'm just making more work for myself. Damage Control is doing an AEW thing of not dressing like stars. Sucks. Darcy said, I don't even have a question, but to fit in, I guess I'll type a long message for you to read and end it with a question mark. Answer. No, you have to end it with thoughts. You have to end it with thoughts. You have to type out a long thing, ask a question, and then end it with the word thoughts. That's one I've seen happen quite a bit. It's sort of a cheeky way of forcing you to answer. Here's a question, and just in case you think that you're not going to answer it, I'm going to write the word thoughts to really emphasize the fact that I want to get your thoughts. Which, in all fairness, is quite nice, because could you imagine if I sat here and no one said anything? I mean, that would be 4 hours of me trying to fill a stream. So really what I'm trying to say is I'm really grateful for everyone's questions and everyone joining. So thank you. Philip said, if the man with the masks ends up being Bray, would you consider that being supernatural? No. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't because there's been no back and forth conversation. It's not like Bray's having a conversation with himself. We are seeing them. Granted, that man with the mask interrupted, but there's no reason as to why someone in the production truck was not given that earlier in the day by Bray when he was in that frame of mind. You know, if you've got a split personality, I don't know that the one personality knows what the other personality is doing. So could Bray have been personality A and recorded Summer and took it to the production truck and said, play this during my main event segment? But then when he does that segment, he is personality B, and someone in the production truck plays the video of the masked person. I don't take that as supernatural. There's been nothing for me to suggest that that's a supernatural character. The Fiend undeniably was. The Fiend was undeniably supernatural. But I haven't seen anything yet to say that we've had anything. But it could go that way. We don't know, do we? Bayley is in the ring. I'm at war, said Boomers. Such an expert at filling in time with fillers. You deserve an award for that, said Retribution. I'm an expert at waffling. I'm an expert at just jibber jabbering. That's all I do. Just natter away, really. Which is funny because I don't like small talk, you know. If ever I go into a shop and someone says hello, I don't like start a big conversation. I'm just like, hello. And stay quiet. Or if the postman comes and says hello, I don't get into a big, long conversation with the postman. Hello, hello. But then, like, when I'm here, do you know what I mean? What else can I do? Kind of have to fill the silence. I can't cope with the silences. The silences haunt me. Bianca making her way down. If you had multiple personality disorders and one of your personality was a cannibal, you could wake up missing an arm, but at the same time, you wouldn't be hungry for breakfast. That's true. Pros and cons, isn't there, really, to that? Bianca dancing away in the ring. I never needed you at all. Days will say no pineapple on pizza, and I agree. Trini said, you're right. In split personality disorders, the different personalities don't know what the others do and don't do, with the exception of the main. The main is watched by others. What? So there's a main personality. What? So hang on, there's a main personality, and then you've got a split personality. But the main personality knows what's happening all the time, but just isn't in control. So does that mean if you've got split personality, when your split personality is in control, there is part of you that knows what's happening and knows you're not in control? Hey, is that why Bray said, I know who you are, I know what you want, I know what you're trying to do, it's not going to work? So he does know. That's interesting, that is. I'm interested. I don't really know much about split personalities. The only thing I know is that it's two different personas, personalities within one body, within one vessel. But how it actually pieces together, I'm not sure. MDJ said yes. Jojo said yes. This has turned into a psychological lesson. Yeah. I like that. I feel like we're bringing some value to the stream. My question is, what is your question? My question is, who will Seth Rollins face at WrestleMania? That's my question. Who will Seth face? Will it be Cody? Are we going to get it for a fourth time? Will it be Seth versus Cody for a fourth time? Or do we get something different for Seth freaking Rollins? Because he lost to Cody last year. Are we going to have him lose to Cody again this year? It's a bit moody, isn't it? 2 WrestleManias in a row. He's got to lose to Cody Rhodes. Is that the right way forward? Maybe. I mean, he did beat up Cody, didn't he? So there does need to be some comeback. Seth versus Randy. Oh. Maybe Seth will wrestle one of Bray's personas. Could be Seth Bray, I suppose. Could be Seth Bray. In my mind, it's Seth Cody, you know. Do you know what? How about that? I just pulled an interesting question out of nowhere. In my mind, it's Seth Bray. Seth Cody, but it could be Seth Bray. Seth Randy is really out there. That's WrestleMania 31, isn't it? Barry Windham's daughter is called Abigail, and Kendall Windham's is called Wyatt. Cool. Nice suplex roll through by Bianca. Working on the arm. Bianca going down. Bayley trying to get a bit of a crossface. Fight Club was an interesting split personality twist, said Ashley. Yes, spoiler. Nutmeg isn't just used in food. It can also be hallucinogenic. Nutmeg isn't just used in food. It can also be a hallucinogenic if consumed in large doses. Bayley is down on the outside. Trini, I didn't read your message. I was just reacting to what Days said. In the real world, it's extremely rare to be that black and white. Days, have a thought. With Jey Uso out of control, he costs Roman the match at Crown Jewel via DQ. Maybe. As long as it's by DQ. Erase Mind said, need more nutmeg. Carlos said, in multiple personality disorder, there normally is a main dominant personality that is aware of the other ones, pretty much governs the rest and acts as a protector type. That's it. That's interesting. Carlos, you've brought something interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was a personality, a main personality that knows what the others are up to. Didn't know that. I actually thought all the personalities just didn't know what the other ones were doing. Maybe they will reveal on Raw on Halloween that Bray had too much pumpkin spice flavoring and it has driven him mad, said John. Taya Valkyrie will join the OC, said Jason. Who is going to join the OC? That might end up being the video I do after, actually. Who's joining the OC? Get in your thoughts right now. Who do you think is joining the OC? Said they've got a real problem and they need to fix it. That surely means they're bringing in one of those women that I've heard of. How is the Fiend not a split personality? Is this really anything new or just a new mask? Well, the Fiend was proven to not be a split personality. It was shown to be supernatural. So split personality disorder is not a supernatural phenomenon. It's an actual condition. Whereas the Fiend, I mean, I remember the lights going off, coming back on like a few seconds later. He'd completely changed ring gear and had been in a pin or something, and then was out of that move. And then, I mean, he got burnt. I suppose you could say that he didn't get burnt to death. I mean, it looked pretty bad, in all fairness. I'm sure at one point his face starts caving in, right? Because it was a dummy. So, I mean, it didn't look great. But, and it looked painful. I mean, he was all burnt after. So, yeah. I feel like the Fiend definitely was supernatural. He said that it was his darkness that he learnt how to control. And I think Vince got his little hands involved. I think Vince started tinkering with it, to be honest. So we'll have to see where this one goes. Let's see where this goes. The thoughts, Leo said, the thoughts, actions, and behavior of each personality might be completely different. John said, what's the OC thing you're talking about? They said they've got a real problem that they need to solve. And I think AJ said he knows how to solve it. And so it was implied that there's a woman that's going to be joining. Spoiler alert, Tamina is going to join the Bloodline. Yeah, but who's joining the OC? Nia Jax. Nia Jax. Right, we've got Bayley with a suplex to Bianca. Bianca down on the outside. Nia Jax or Tamina. Nikki OC and take on her former tag partner, Liv Morgan. Liv's on SmackDown though, isn't she? Real Talk with the King, shout out to you. Said, I've been loving these streams lately. Real Talk, shout out to you, my friend. We do have some interesting conversations. We have some god-awful ones as well. The interesting ones tend to be started by me, and the god-awful ones tend to be started by the chat, to be honest. But it is worth riding through those because we do get back to some interesting conversations afterwards. So Ruby Riott could come back and help the OC, said Ian. Days, I know she's in AEW, but it would be cool if it was Serena Deeb. That would be cool. She would fit very well, actually, yes. Luang, shout out to you, said, I am watching from Bhutan. Ooh. I could not point to Bhutan on a map. Couldn't do it. Not a clue. Where is it, please? Where is Bhutan? Tell me the continent and we'll take it from there. But make it one of those easy continents, yeah? If you're going to start giving me some weird continent, like... In fairness, I think I know them all. Oceania. Kind of down bottom right in it. Asia. Yeah, got that one. Africa. Europe, yep. North America. South America. Is Antarctica one? I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think I know where they all are. But I don't know where it is. Tony said, but Tan. Disrespectful. I'm only joking, Tony. If Indy Hartwell returns, you owe me a cookie, said Noah. Thoughts? That's how you do it. My thoughts are, Noah, you've used thoughts very well there. You've used thoughts very well. I expect a brand split to end eventually, said Mr. Dr. Sir Manboy. Real Talk said Tessa could join the OC. It's near Japan, said William. Bhutan is near Asia. Sarmad said, I'm watching from Pakistan. I think I know where that is. G Money Slayer said, well, I do know where Pakistan is. I think it will be Beth Phoenix. Good shout, actually. She's got beef with Rhea. G Money Slayer. Like it. Beth. It will be Seth versus Tony Khan. Bayley down on the outside. Jordan said, I'm from Tasmania in Australia. Dark Angel said, there's no native Antarctica. Thoughts. It's too cold, isn't it? That's my thoughts. Real in-depth stuff there. It's too cold. One of them's got penguins. One of them doesn't, and I can never remember which one it is. Bhutan, in terms of size and location, is a smaller Nepal, but a bit further east. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. We'll see where it is. We'll Google it. Bhutan. Bhutan. Nice flag. It's orange and yellow with like a dragon in the middle. It's pretty thick. Right, guys, I know that we're still underway. We've still got 13 minutes to go, though. We're well underway. This is what I like to call a map. You can see we've got India around here. We've got China all here. And I want to draw your attention just above Bangladesh. There is Bhutan. There's Bhutan. Next to Nepal. Not far from Sikkim. Love Sikkim. We've got brackets Burma, Myanmar. There's Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam. But over there is Bhutan. Just snuggling up to, I think this big massive land, is this China? It's all very confusing, this part of the world, isn't it? There's a whole lot of stuff going on there. I think that's China. So Bhutan just snuggling underneath. And then, of course, you've got Russia up there. So there we go, geography fans. Fans of geography, sorted out where Bhutan is. I was going to say above Bangladesh, as Bangladesh is my ethnic homeland. Wish I had said it. Would have made me look super smart. Tony said, geography channel, yeah! Bayley goes over by the timekeeper's area. Bianca, it kind of skips away over. Gets dumped over. Oh, planted down with a DDT by Bayley. It will be Charlotte in the OC. Styles teamed with her. I hear the MMC Mixed Match Challenge makes sense. Come on, Bianca. Right. We are going into the final segment of the show. Final segment of the show. This show is kind of dead, says Kenny. Listen, I think you always know that you've got a quality Raw when we take a good 5 minutes out of it to have a look and see where Bhutan is on a map. That's how you know you've got a quality show. Please read William's last comment. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but the fact that you are so desperate for me to read it makes me think I definitely shouldn't. Jordan said, if I compete in WWE, then I'm going to come out to Suicide's TNA theme and become a major extreme in the ring and out of the ring. You're going to be a major extreme out of the ring. What does that mean? What does that mean, Jordan? Explain yourself. What does that mean? Miguel said Charlotte Claire. So good. She got 2 first names. Charlotte Claire will not return to WWE. I love Charlotte Claire. She's my favorite wrestler with 2 first names. Charlotte Claire. I did like Cedric Alexander as well. He had 2 first names. But Charlotte Claire's probably my favorite. Smurf Team said, yes, Charlotte Claire. Do you think Undertaker will wrestle one more time? No. I'm going to say no. Can you guess what continent I live on, says Trini with the boobs. Do you know what? I actually don't know what continent Trinidad and Tobago is a part of. I've got to say North America. North America, Trini. Trini with the boobs, North America. Am I right? It's the Caribbeans, isn't it? But it's not got its own continent. That's a tricky one, that is. If I was on a game show, now it's one of those questions that you should know the answer to as well. You're a dub streamer, says 47X Prince. No! Ah! Is it South America? Where is it? Trinidad's in the Caribbean. Yeah, but that's not a continent, is it? The Caribbean. What continent? There's only 7 continents. South America, says Liam. So close. It is North, says Pixel Jeff. Ashley says south. Oh, there's a real battle going on. Is it north? Is it south? Rob said Caribbean is North American, surely. I'm saying north. I feel like Trini would know. Trick question. We're not on a continent. You're not in a continent. You're not part of a continent. Is that true? Oh, what? I never knew that. I thought everyone was part of a continent. You're not in a continent. What? Do you know what? If you'd have said to me, what continent is it? My answer would have been North America. And then if you'd have turned around and said, no, it's south, I would have been like, damn it. It was either one or the other. At no point did I think that, at no point was there a third option. And that was, you're not part of one. Oh my God, you're such an outsider. What's it like to be shunned by the world? What's it like for the world to turn its back on you? The world has literally been divided into 7 continents, and they've just completely dismissed you and gone, oh, we don't want that bit. Is that where Trini lives? Neither North nor South want you. Come and join Europe. Come and join Europe. We'll have you. Do you want to be part of Europe? Oh, it's good. It's so good. We left, but it's good. You can join. Are there any Bray Wyatt things on the show? No. But to be honest, we've found out some pretty... I might do a video after this about the fact that Trinidad and Tobago is not part of a continent. I thought Trinidad was in the Commonwealth. Commonwealth's not a continent, though, is it? Is this true? Never know with Trini. Trinidad, Tobago. I'm searching this. Oh, Trinidad, Tobago. What continent, please, Google? Says it is South America. Hang on, what's this? It says South America. What's going on? 2. Trinidad, Tobago. And Northwest, Port Spain. People. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, God, there's so much reading. Oh, God, this isn't what I stream for. I don't stream to read. If you put it into Google, it comes back with the words South America, big. Let's have a look at this. 2. Bayley tries for a pin on Bianca. Bianca kicks out. 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. What countries are part of South America? Here we go. Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, it doesn't list Trinidad and Tobago. This is eye-opening. Caribbean islands are definitely South America, says Liam. Caribbean islands aren't on a continent. The Lesser Antilles are associated with South America and the Greater Antilles with North America. Have you got, what are your Antilles like, Trini? Have you got Lesser or Greater Antilles? I feel like that's a great chat up line. Hey, baby girl. Let me know about your Antilles. How big are your Antilles? Bianca's got Bayley. She's going to look to plant her through the commentary table. Oh, it didn't break. I am the table. She's got her. She's still holding on. Bayley into the ring post. Bianca with Bayley. Oh, plants her on the edge of the ring. EO is down. New channel, Wrestling with Geography, said Darcy. I know, look, people can't believe it. No, we aren't considered part of the North American top tier. Make her humble. Who, Trini? Big boot by Dakota. Bianca being chucked into the ring. Boos. Referee's jumped out. He said, I've had enough. You, and you. Both of you. Massive crossbody. Who was that? Is that Nikki? Is that Nikki? Against the ropes goes Bayley. Someone with a monstrous crossbody. Someone just came flying out of the heavens. Is that Nikki? It felt like Nikki ASH. Yeah, I think it was Nikki ASH. Referee is still down. Felt like it was Nikki. Nikki with a crossbody. Oh, she's in the ring. Bianca into the ring post. It is Nikki. Nikki is not ASH anymore. Nikki is not an asshat. Bayley going over for the pin. Someone's running down. It's Jessica Carr. Jessica Carr gets in. 1, 2, 3. Bayley wins. Bayley wins. She's got a hand on Bianca's boob. And right on the boob. Perv. Bayley wins. Bayley wins, guys. And now Nikki's going after Bayley. Oh my god, Nikki's unhinged. And she's doing it in a sparkly jacket as well. Taking off that sparkly jacket. Oh, she's using the sparkly jacket as a weapon. Ground and pound, forearm strikes. Bang, bang, bang. She's put makeup on. She's got lovely hair. But she's very angry. She's very angry. Smashing that. Bang, bang, bang. Man, she spent a lot of time in makeup and hair, hasn't she? Just mess it all up. That's how I feel whenever I see her. She's always doing that. Dave's got his talking points. Yeah, that's true, actually. That's true. Now we're screaming about lovely hair. Where of all the times she screamed for my luscious locks, said Pixel Jeff. I like the continent conversation better than Nikki ASH, said Top Tier. Well, yeah, I mean, look, mind blown. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Right, I tell you what, we're not doing the review show live. That's going to upset people. But I've had it with messing you guys around. I've had it with setting up times to start that review show and then not being there on time. It's not a problem really for Raw, to be honest, but it is a big problem for SmackDown. So I'm going to just record the show instead. I'm going to go and do a video probably on Nikki ASH. It doesn't really feel that exciting, but it's still easily the biggest talking point coming out of this Raw. But I still want your thoughts. I'm not ignoring you. I still want your thoughts. So what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do, kids. I'm going to put the poll in this chat, and then you can share your thoughts. Bang. Bang. Here we go. Nikki is back. Right, there is the form. If you want to vote, then click on that and get your thoughts in, get your votes in. It will feature in the review, but the review is not going to be live. The review will be televised, but it won't be live. I'm going to do it separately. I'm going to try this as an alternative. Is it going to make people sad? Yes. But as I said, I don't want to mess people around anymore. I actually do have a conscience. I know. I was surprised. I was surprised as well, stunned. But I do have a conscience, and I don't like people waiting if I'm not there. And SmackDown is awful for that. So I'm going to try this instead. Shane said Nikki deserves to be joining Damage Control. I don't think she is. She just smashed them. She just smashed them. She just smashed everybody. Seems like Nikki is unhinged and going solo. Gore Lord said Triple H can't book a wrestling. Shev said more important thing right now is a beard grooming routine from Days. We could look to set that up, in all fairness. I think once we've figured out what continent Trinidad and Tobago is on, because Trini doesn't seem to know. So once we've actually sorted that out for her, then we can move on to like grooming and all of that kind of stuff. So Nikki Cross. It is Nikki Cross, yeah. It is Nikki Cross. She definitely seemed it. She definitely seemed it. So Nikki Cross returns. I don't know how long she's been away for, actually. Not sure. Last time we saw her, she was like arguing in the background with Doudrop. So seemingly she is an unhinged solo entity right now. So don't know how exciting that's going to be for people. I don't know how much excitement that's going to bring, but yeah, this show was a bit, wasn't it? Wasn't like the most gripping in the world, but hey ho, there was still some talking points on there. Pretty good main event match, in all fairness. Pretty good main event match. And we did get, you did think there'd be someone. A lot of you thought it would be Charlotte, maybe Becky. Turned out to be Nikki ASH. So there we go. Right, we are done, my friends. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream, had fun, had a few giggles. I mean, I don't know what you was doing if you did, because it certainly wasn't watching this stream. But I hope you enjoyed and got out of the show as much as possible. And we will be back tomorrow for what I like to call NXT. Obviously, we've got AEW on Wednesday, but of course, this Saturday is Jake Paul taking on Anderson Silva. And we will be streaming that. We are doing that. I am going to set that stream up. So and don't forget, the review will be up on the second channel, Wrestling Days Clips. And you'll be able to watch that. And if you vote in the link at the top, then your thoughts should feature in that. So feel free to click that link, get your vote in, share your thoughts. And as I said, they should feature in the review. That'll be up probably in about an hour's time. Might not be that long, to be honest. Might be about 40 minutes or something. I don't know. But yeah, we'll get to that as soon as we've done this Nikki video. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.